Alrighty. Oh, I might be going slow today. We'll see, guys. I kind of had a late start because I needed to sleep. Because I needed to sleep. I just really, really needed to sleep yesterday. So, where we left off. Oh my god! Now, Squid, you can't surprise me like that. Squid, you can't surprise me like that. I just started. That's kind of spooky. Well, welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. Can't believe you do that to me. I haven't even started yet. Can't believe it. Look at how high resolution the words are now. Actually, this is moving really smooth. Who would have thought? I am excited. I did some tweaks. James being the complete Chad that he always is. I love you, James, and I mean that. He also helped me find some settings for maybe AMD to help boost some stuff. So hopefully Monday, when I stream a video game, it'll look really, really good. But thanks for stopping by, Squid. I'm going to be doing some animation today. Believe it or not, I'm a little under halfway through with this animation. I have two more actions to do, and I have to finish this action, which is not finished and is much longer than the last action I did. I was able to do the last action in less than one stream, because it was her turning her head, and it came out so good. I think the head turn actually is my favorite part. I dread the day that I'm going to have to do cleanup. I'm going to do cleanup. I will make myself do cleanup, because things bug me about this animation. Things like her neck, things like her left hair dangle growing there. It bugs me. I will do cleanup. It'll be a pain in the ass because I I I will try to be better, but it's gonna suck. But the head turn came out like perfect. That head turn is maybe so far been the part that's just worked. It just fucking worked, and it makes me so happy that it just worked. So welcome everyone. We're gonna do some animation. If I sound sick, it's not because I'm sick. It's because it's that time of the year when the trees decide that I don't get to have a face anymore. The trees take my face. It also depends on the day. Like, I actually didn't need any allergy medicine last night, which I was kind of like, huh, that's weird. And then woke up this morning and have been a sniffle monster because yay, allergies. Hooray for allergies. We love to see it. What I need the onion skin. It's what it's there for. It's what it's there for. Use the onion skin for what it's for. Ideally, what I've learned with my style is actually not to be sketchy so much with my animation, to reduce as much sketchiness as possible. Don't speak with plants. Ugh. I mean, it is a curse. It is a curse in a sense, and it's a different kind of curse, and I hate it. Uh, and why do I quote demo? I might quote demo. We'll see. In the words of a wise man, it's that time of the year again. It's springtime. Everyone's having sex but you. Even all the fruits and vegetables. uh, yeah, I'm not that. I'm not that bad anymore, but still, he's not wrong. No, I'm fine. Perfectly okay. I just hate I don't even care about that part. I just hate that the trees have to do that and then also make my life miserable in a physical way. Like, come on guys, I don't care. You got to do your thing. Everybody's got to do their thing, but it should physically obstruct my personal life. That's not okay. Okay? Why you gotta destroy my ability to exist? All right. So I need to get to a point where her arms cross. And the thing I have to remember is even when I get there, I need to extend it until it looks right. Should you be mad at, shouldn't you be mad at you for being weak to tree emissions? No, I can't. I have to take drugs and I have to live in a part of the world where the plants don't want to kill me, honestly. My body just probably would be fine if it literally lived in a different environment. It probably would, actually. I do not think my body is meant to exist in Kansas. It can. I've adapted. It sucks. I live miserably, both in an existential and just very real way. Also, hello, Night. Here, I need to zoom in more, and I need to turn off something. Oh, I don't need to zoom in that much, though. Hello. Yeah, I need to hide that. I didn't mean to hide that. It also doesn't help that it sometimes is just based on the day. I don't know what it is. Some days it's fine. Some days it's awful. Some days it's whatever. I don't understand. I do not understand how allergies actually work. It is the pits. Hey, still not dead. That's what matters. Like I said, I'll probably be a little bit slower today. I'm just feeling it, man. I can feel it, man. I can feel it in my bones. I was having a hell of a day yesterday, and at least I got sleep. I got my first night of good sleep last night, actually, in like, I kid you not, probably 4 days, 5 days, maybe even. That's not to say that I'm not trying. That's what I feel like a lot of people who like have that, they're like, man, I've been up for like 3 days. I'm like, why would you do that to yourself? See, mine is not me. My lack of sleep is not fully me. I guess there is some truth to it being partly my fault. I mean, I am staying up pretty late, um, working a lot. I've been working a lot, so that's not helping. So fair enough on that front, but like, and I've just also on top of that had some pretty abysmal chances to sleep. It's been a bit of a nightmare here. I don't know what it's been. The only way I've also been having weird dreams. Been having them allergy dreams. You do that. I need to fix that. One way or another, I need to fix that. It's a thing that's bugging me, so I gotta start somewhere. I'm gonna do something like that. At some point, I'm gonna make her blink. I know I'm gonna make her blink at some point. Also, have a good lunch, Squid. I just saw that. Sorry. Have a good lunch. I'm gonna make her blink. I don't. I don't. Mm. Oof. Make a line. Also, someday I promise Gardic phone again. I've just been. It's been a time, man. Put it this way. In some ways, I'm working. In some ways, it is very good, and I've been working the hardest and most I've ever done in my life. This is a good thing. The downside is I'm starting to notice a trend in my existence that I don't really like. So I need to take a pill, just say I'm being productive today, and that's what matters. That's what I need. Is I just need days that I'm like, hey, did I do anything? Then I'm fine. I did good. If I accomplished existence, did good. That's what matters. Being extant can be stressful sometimes. Do something like that. No, I was doing so good with that line though. Animation is just not. Why? Why would they do that to me? That was such a good line. Animation. Adobe Animate, why would you prank me like this? Adobe Animate, why would you do that to me? Adobe Animate, why have you done this to me? I can't believe they do that to me. Honestly, I'm just doing my best. I think I'll warm up too. I plan on having a little bit longer of a stream anyways. And if this is the trend, like, guys, I might be honest, Fridays might be either something else or just need another day. We'll see. I am in a state. I'm in a state. And it might be like, okay, Fridays for a little bit are off until I can, like, get back to center. Because, like I said, this has been the first week that I wasn't, like, feeling like I was doing damage control. And I was still destroyed by the end of it. I'll put it that way. Not good. It was not good. Now, why did it do that? I don't even know when it did that. Trying to decide how to... This is going to be the hardest part to animate, honestly. This part's going to be very, very difficult. I feel like. First off, you need some rotation. Second off, you need to taper that a little bit. This arm's going to be a pain, actually. I could tell this arm's going to be an asshole. This arm right here is going to be a dick. Why I need to use my onion skins. Actually, that doesn't make any sense. No, I found an inconsistency, so now I have to fix it off. This is what it's like to make animation. This is why the cleaning is going to be a super pain. It is the thing I need to get a little bit better at, is this process here. Trying to catch mistakes when I find them. Apparently I have a bad habit of just not... of still just, like, being a little bit lazy. It's laziness is really what I think it is, of just, like, not looking at the lines right. Like, too much variance. Okay if they're a little wibbly, but I have to actually, like, draw the line there, man. I actually have to draw the line there. Still needs to, like, match. A little bit. But hey, maybe that's the mood that I'm in today, is I'm really wanting to match those lines, because they're bugging me. This, I need to really fix this collar over here. It's bugging the hell out of me. It looks weird. It looks weird. I don't like it. Try around here, maybe. Where we start doing some lift of the arms. See, ideally in the future, like, I need to figure out how to do this. I either need to make a sketch pen for Animate, though again, Animate doesn't seem to be very good at sketching. But I could try making a sketch pen or a sketch pencil for Animate and just like doing rough animations that way and then overlaying it. Because ideally, cleanup should be, oh, you do the line art and all the stuff after. But I'm kind of doing this in reverse, and it's clearly like, it's not efficient. It's not. But it's part of the learning process for me. I need to figure out what works anyways. And like, clearly I have like some of the right ideas, but I just need to figure that out. It is for me a part of the struggle is figuring out this part. Like I said, this arm folding is going to be the single hardest thing I'm going to do. Like, it is very difficult. Well, that's not true. There's at least one more part of this animation that I haven't even gotten to yet, that I haven't even done test sketches for, which I think I'm going to do more. I think that's another thing, is I'm going to try to do more test sketches. Which will be weird, but it does work. And it might be something that I might have to look into, is like using Fresco as a test sketch area to just be like, do frame by frame animation in Fresco, but literally not be able to see the animation until I can put it into Animate or something. Like, so arguably, if I'm going to do that, I might as well also use Photoshop. Photoshop might be a little bit better than that for that, since it has an animation. Photoshop has the capacity to animate. It's not good. I'm gonna say it. It's not good. I've done it. Photoshop's capacity for animation is suboptimal. It is not an animation program, but it can do it. And it could give me better like tools for. What's funny is Photoshop. I keep finding this thing with Photoshop where I keep on wanting to use Photoshop, and Photoshop is both kind of a bad drawing program, kind of a bad animation program. It's good if it's got what it's called Photoshop. It's good for photo manipulation. It's good for image manipulation. It's really good for that, and that's what it's good for. But it keeps on being able to and wanting to do other things. It's like Adobe, I think, started with Photoshop, right? And being this like multimedia tool in a lot of ways. And a lot of people started using it for that. Like even I used Photoshop for artwork for a long time. When it wasn't supposed to be, but eh, eh. But they gave us a bunch of other programs that are much better at it. Like, I genuinely, though apparently Fresco's a free program, feel silly for paying for, you know, paying for everything on that and then just being like, well, actually, no, this is perfect. And then being like, well, I use the free program because it makes the best looking physical media I've seen in an Adobe product. Clip Studio is the one that I always hear is like, you're gonna go to Clip Studio. And I'm like, I don't know, man. That's just another program that I need to pay for. Though I think the benefit of Clip Studio is you buy it once, which is nice. You know. But the problem is I use so many photos. I use Adobe products. I do. I use a lot of them to varying degrees, but I do use all of them. I use Premiere quite regularly now, actually. I need Premiere. I use Animate. I use Photoshop. I use Fresco. I use... The only ones I really don't are Illustrator. I never really went back to Illustrator, but I've used Illustrator a couple of times. And InDesign is the one that I'm like, I don't know what you're good for. InDesign, I've used you a couple times. What are you for? You're like such a weird niche inside of the Pantheon of Adobe, right? Man, I hate that. Well, there's the bod title. The Adobe Pantheon, that's absolutely... Ah, no, you're not supposed to see that. Ah, beads. It's just where I save all my notes for whenever I do things. It is a pantheon. They're all shitty gods. They all ask too much money. Well, they don't, actually. Don't, never mind. Adobe, you don't need to raise it. You've actually been very generous in a certain way, and that's all I'm gonna say. Well, actually, that's not 100% true. I'll say a little bit more. I got Adobe while I was in school at a, like, student price, and as far as I could tell, it hasn't gone up. It hasn't gone up. I've got to keep that Adobe price. And I'm like, yeah, yeah. So, I got it in college, and I got it at a price that's probably way cheaper than it is now for a student price. And I got to keep that student billing, which is really nice. Do I? No. I don't think she needs a line. Yeah, she doesn't really need a line. She's not being that expressive about that. She's just being blank-faced. I want to make it clear that she's not emoting per se. She's just being kind of unamused by the situation. One of the things I need to get a lot better at whenever I'm working on any project, I feel like I'm really bad about this, is I get a little bit too enthusiastic about the creative process, which weirdly you'd be like, how's that a problem? Well, my thing is I really like seeing the product. I love seeing the product. And also the process of the product being made. I oftentimes will stop working to just stare at the product, because I like seeing it. I like seeing it do its thing. That's something about my brain. If it's a little bit of vanity, which it probably is, which I feel like I've earned it at this point of being able to be like, look, I made a thing. What I've wanted less so much is to just finish things and more of just the recognition of like, you made a thing. That's really what I'm seeking at this point, is like, unfortunately, validation. Darn it. Daddy, why won't you just tell me I'm a good animator? Don't take that out of context, you sick. You sick. Don't you take that out of context, you sick. But really, I'm like, if there's anything that I've wanted at this point, and I kind of get it that we all have different relationships with our creative process, because I have a great team of friends who we all are ultimately creative individuals with very different goals. And for me, my goal is just to be able to say, like, I grew up surrounded by talent. I grew up surrounded by talent. I want to be honest about that. Not just art talent, any talent. And I always had this impression that even though I was good at a lot of things, there was always not just somebody better in a conceptual sense, but somebody who just didn't have to work as hard as I did to be better, which was so frustrating to me for a long portion of my life. Like, really, really, really. And what I've wanted more than anything out of my work, which is why I'm always like easily distracted by it, is like being able to be like, I can do things. And I want people to be able to support those things that I do. I want to. Because the things I do are good. The things I do are good. The things I do are fun. I enjoy the things that I make. I enjoy the things that I do. And I just want to have people to be able to share that with. That's what I want. As well as a little bit of being able to justify me being able to do anything. Because there's always been this thing that sometimes it was worse when I was growing up, and I haven't felt it for a long time, so I think things are starting to finally change in my life in a way that's like good for this. But growing up, a lot of the impression was, why are you doing that? Why are you doing this? Why? Well, buddies, everybody out there, why do we do anything? Is it better? Is it not better that I am doing something that I'm doing with a genuine interest, with a genuine goal, with a genuine state of mind? Is that not a good thing? I would hope. It's a weird thing that my impression is people weirdly on the whole will always disrespect first. I don't know. And I don't know why. Maybe that's a me problem, but I want to actually, for anyone out there who does feel like similarly, if it is a you problem, remember that sometimes you problems come from a place that are outside of you. They do. And even if you have to overcome it, do remember that a lot of you problems don't just come from nowhere. Like, if you were ever mistreated for any reason, like, and they cause you to respond poorly to things, even if those things don't exist anymore, you still experience those kind of shitty things. Don't sell yourself short on that. And remember, what matters is that you're overcoming that. But not that you aren't acting the way that you are for no reason. Nobody acts the way that they act for no reason. That doesn't justify if you are doing something that is like, oh, I probably shouldn't do that. And I shouldn't. I shouldn't think that way. I've had much better support over the years. People have voiced that they like the work that I'm doing now. I am not used to that. I'm not. I am used to people. What I'm used to is being told why I'm drawing dinosaurs. That's what I'm used to. Regardless of how good I drew. Regardless. It was always the content that was the problem. It was never the quality. It was always the content that was the problem. That's why I think I had an unfortunate period in my life where I thought, like, well, nobody's going to like anything I do, so I'll just do whatever I want. And in a certain sense, that kind of caused problems for me. And now that's, like, something I regret. I'm like, if I was a little bit better, if I was actually, like, trying to make things that I enjoy making but aren't so, like, kind of calloused, I probably would be in some better places. But, that's neither here nor there. That was me being in a part of my life where essentially not being able to be in a place where I can actually make things and feel good about them was a thing that I really didn't have. But yet, my relationship with making things is I just will make things. Whether I like them, whether I hate them, I'm gonna make them. I've in a certain sense been fortunate enough to never make something or be in a headspace so negative whilst I was making things that it ruined my ability to continue making those things. That is something I've heard that's happened to artists, and super disappointing and super upsetting that that happens to artists. I think a lot of artists get frustrated with themselves and with the things that they make. And whilst there's always this feeling that they'll always make things, always want to make things. There's something driving about when you are making things that you want to make things. But there is also that sense of like they've given up on a lot of things due to negative experiences that they've unfortunately had or an impression that they got. I guess for me, a lot of mine has been more defiance. Like, no matter what, even if I was not in the best, even if I was using my art to process things about myself, which I was at one point, which I don't do as much, but who knows if I ever get back into serious art. I would like to make some more serious art at some point since I'm filled with serious ideas, I promise. I think I have a lot of bummer insight that I can give to the world in the form of art that can be more constructive than just bummer. I never want to just make something that's a bummer for the sake of a bummer. I'd like to make something that's like, hey guys, this is a thing that's existent and weird, and I'm still here for it. Like, I'm still alive. I'm not dead. You know, like, I had some pretty bad experiences. This is what I've been through. If you're going through this too, you can make it through it. That's always going to be my moral of any story that's going to have a bummer in it, going to be dealing with a topic that's tough, is like, these come from a place of somebody who's experienced some of them, but always with the idea that I'm still here, though. I'm not dead yet. I don't know. There are two things that I'm always driven to, is wanting to make stories and wanting to explore topics that aren't simple, but also aren't Jaden Smith. Sorry, Jaden, you did this to yourself. I have to use this example. Jaden Smith level takes, you know, like being like armchair philosophy. My brain is filled with too many thoughts all the time, not to actually try to like voice some idea of philosophy of what ifs, but in a knowing way that I'm not just spouting, oh, nothing matters forever. Like, I don't like to think that I am that way, and if my philosophy doesn't vibe with you, always remember, that's fine, too. You know, I'm probably not going to say things that everyone's going to agree with, but, like, in a way that I understand that, I don't know, man, I'm just extant like everyone else. I'm just living based off of the impressions of the things that I've seen, felt, experienced, and suffered through. So, you know, I'm doing fine. This is a good morning. I don't know what you're talking about. This is what happens when I do art. Remember, I'm trying to animate. Ooh, that's an ugly line. I don't like that line. I'm gonna have to fix that line when I finally get to that frame. See, this is gonna be the hard part. Is figuring out how to translate this. So I think yeah, one arm's gonna have to go over. I think that will look the best. No, I think I should go simple. Go simple. Simple is best. So we're just gonna have her arms up, arms up. So just maybe a little bit of one arm coming up this way, but that would be it. This arm just has to raise. Simple is best. Never overcomplicate. Remember, you don't want to hurt yourself making something. Always try to work within. Always be willing to pull yourself back from an idea. Always be willing to pull yourself back. I think that it is oftentimes a mistake an unfortunate mistake of trying to make something where an artist will be like, I have an idea for something, right? I want to make something. I want to make it. I want to make it. I want to make it. I have the idea crystallized in my brain to a certain extent. You don't necessarily know all the steps. You don't. I want to see somebody who makes something who genuinely knows every step of what they're going to do. I can guarantee you that person doesn't exist. And if they do, they are not common. They are not common. I guarantee that what anyone who would be to that point is doing is not they have completely thought of everything. It is they have done enough other projects that they have basal skills that they are reusing. However, I feel like every project, especially if you're someone like me who wants to like do a little bit more, you're always going to be running into problems. You're never going to make something always exactly the same. At least I don't. I can't do that to myself. I don't know why. I'll find a process, and I'll find a process that works, and it will help me make something else easier. However, I will always be wanting to like try something different, try something new, try something alternative. And for that, I'm always learning something new with my process. I'm always learning something new with like how to do certain kinds of things. And I think that's a really good thing that I benefit from. But I don't know, I can't fathom anyone who truly is like, I know exactly how I'm going to do every step of my process before they even started. I can't fathom that. It's not to say that planning does nothing. I did planning. In fact, part of my process right now is learning how to plan a little bit better. Every time I've approached a new project, I've approached it with a little bit more planning, but oftentimes my method is to go straight ahead, is to start at point A and try to find my way to point B, and any obstacles that I meet along the way that I cannot predict, because I can't predict every single obstacle I will run into when I am making something, is to utilize that as an opportunity to learn. However, what that means is my overhead needs to keep into mind that I'm going to run into those situations, and the best solution to them is the one that makes it work the simplest. It is not to overcomplicate it. It is not to overwork it. Because if I'm already at that obstacle, what matters to me is overcoming the obstacle. And oftentimes, to make something look good, at least with my style, is to overcome that obstacle in the most straightforward way possible. The best way to get yourself blocked at an obstacle is to try to overcomplicate that obstacle. So in this case, I should not have the hands and arms do anything fancy. If they can get to that frame, however they get to that frame, as straightforwardly as possible, that's good enough. I don't need one hand passing in front of the face. That would break everything. I don't need anything really over animated in a certain sense, since this animation is not about over animation. It's not about adding more than it needs. This is a very... I have been complimented on my sense of humor to be having a very dry sense of humor. So in a certain sense, it makes sense that that translates into my animation to have a very dry sense of animation. I will over-animate when I want to, but for the most part, if it is deadpan, then the animation has to be deadpan. The animation should be underwhelming. It should still be good. Underwhelming does not mean less quality. Underwhelming means not over exaggerated. I need to make sure not to over exaggerate parts of this animation, because there's no point. That's not what I'm going for here. I'm going for something that feels underwhelming, because that's my sense of humor. I always want to maintain one of my biggest inspirations for a joke, that if I was ever to do this, is the perfect culmination of that deadpan ideology mentality of writing in a piece of animation that does possess over exaggeration. And that is the scene from Nichijou where where Yuko gets the wrong food for Mio. The reason why that animation sticks in my head as a deadpan joke is they do so much work to build up the entire situation to have its climax be the most underwhelming response that it could possibly be. It is single-handedly the funniest animated bit I've seen in any work because of that. Since so much of that scene is about building up this big, intense moment and like a lot of anticipation, only for it to conclude in the most underwhelming result of mundanity you could possibly get. Which is, for me, that mundanity is them not even hitting each other. It's just them missing each other. And them both missing each other in the exact same way. It's incredibly deadpan. It's incredibly mundane. You have this moment where everything is going through the roof as far as intensity, only for it to end with nothing happening. Nothing happens. And it's brilliant. That is brilliant comedic writing. It's very good. I love it. It is my single-handed favorite scene of animation. Probably both in the entirety of that show and in anything. Because again, deadpan sense of humor is something that I my brain just likes it. It likes being blunt. It likes being blunt. Not because I'm stupid, but I just like that deadpan sensibility of being able to be humorous without being exaggerated all the time or being ridiculous all the time. There's a certain level of ridiculous energy that can come from being completely mundane that I've always liked, that I think I express well. And I appreciate that people have always liked that about me. Even if I haven't felt like that, but I do forget. What's weird is one of the moments, one of the good moments when I was growing up that made me realize, oh, people do actually like me, because I've always been a goober. I've always been a goober, but I've always felt criticized for it, right? Like, I mean, why are you being a goofball? Stop being a goofball. Is always the vibe I got, and whatever bug lives inside of my head is got a little bit of an anti-authoritarian streak. I don't like being told anything, let alone what I should be. It's just something that don't gel with me very well. But one of the things I saw that like teachers were saying to me at the end of my high school career is like has a great sense of dry humor. And I actually had to have somebody explain that to me, because I like knew that I was always kind of like had like a jokey side. I grew up with an interest in comedy. I would go out of my way to watch comedians and stuff. Like I had a sense of humor, but I didn't necessarily know what that was. I didn't know what kind of sense of humor I had. I just knew I had one. And it was just who I was. It's just how I behaved all the time. So I was just like, yeah, that's just kind of how I act. I don't know. I'm not actually that much of an over-the-top kind of person. I just find humor in really silly but ultimately mundane things. Like that's something I've always been able to enjoy and appreciate, when a situation for seemingly no reason manifests in the most absurd way that it could, even though ultimately it is nothing. It is a nothing situation. I've had that. I have a very absurdist sense of humor as well. Like I really, really do. I'm glad I read Hitchhiker's Guide. I hadn't read it until like a couple years ago, and it absolutely is hands down my sense of humor in a philosophy. Like, I've learned that I'm not nihilist. I'm absurdist. I'm like, I'm not, oh, nothing matters. I'm more like, everything is ridiculous. Because it is. You don't think it's ridiculous. What kind of chip do you have on your shoulder? Everything doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. You know? Enjoy that. I'd rather enjoy that. Is being able to be like, everything is a nightmare and you might as well accept that to a certain extent. God knows it hasn't gotten better in some ways, but at least I enjoy myself. But yeah, when I heard that I had like any quality like that, it was like one of the first times I'd been told that I have like quote unquote a good quality. That's just something that is unfortunate that happens. That if you're out there and you feel that way, like it happens. It does happen. I think that is something that is not told enough about like bullying and stuff. Is like when you grow up being bullied, which I think a lot of people are, almost everybody is, and they have different experiences with it. My experience, unfortunate experience, was I was bullied so poorly that I just when the first time one of the first times somebody gave me an actual positive trait about me, I was like, I have positive traits? You know? Like, that's not good. That's not good for somebody to grow up with. Like, it really damages someone. And if you're out there and you feel that way, don't, like, it is not necessarily a you problem. It could be the people around you. It could be that. And I highly recommend trying to find new people. Because once I found people who didn't make me feel that way, guess what? I feel like I'm 1,000 times better than I was even 5 years ago. Like, I had a quote-unquote glow-up. Now I'm dealing with my own problems that have to do with that, but it's fine. Like, I've always been an outgoing person, almost to the extent of like the fact that people couldn't believe that I was an outgoing person. I would be an outgoing person because people just made me feel like it was not probable. It was not something that would make sense. Is Isaac to be an outgoing person, which kind of like fueled me to at least be like, no, fuck you. I can be an outgoing person just because you don't think I am. Ahoy! Hello. I'm feeling better. Hello, Athena. We're doing it. We're doing animation and talking about how I've developed as an artist. Honestly, it's going good. It is going good. I'm just doing what I do, it seems, whenever I start talking about art. Is my version of reminiscing about art is, wow, I've made so much good uh I've made so much good progress in my style and everything. Boy, it reminds me how much crap I was treated when I was growing up. Like, believe it or not, like, sure, to a certain extent, I would not be as good of an artist probably as I am if it weren't for people who kind of treated me like trash. But also, I'm kind of like, I wish people hadn't treated me so much like garbage. Ugh. And it doesn't help. Like, unfortunately, I was never the art guy. I was never the art kid. There was just always better artists than me when I was growing up. And people made me feel that, and it sucks because high schoolers suck. Like, always remember, kids suck. They will make you feel like shit about things regardless of how actually good you are. And also, I was a kid. Let's be honest. When you're a kid, you don't know how to think. You don't know how to think. Nobody knows how to think when they're a kid. Nobody knows how to use their brains. And if you got things to work, it's because you were lucky, not because you knew what the fuck you were doing. Nobody knew what they were doing when they were a kid. We're all awful to each other on accident and on purpose. And the that said, everyone is always appalled when I'm like, yeah, I didn't really get very good positive treatment with my art when I was younger. I got criticized a lot for drawing dinosaurs, and everybody's like, who the fuck doesn't like dinosaurs? And I'm like, I know, where were you people in my life? Everybody made fun of me for drawing dinosaurs. Who doesn't like dinosaurs? And I have to remember this too. This is a weird phenomenon that if it is still happening, I wouldn't be surprised, because it seems to just be a kid thing. Is people are threatened by, especially when you're younger. I don't understand why. People are threatened by it. And I think it's because when you're growing up, you're trying to figure out your brain. I was kind of lucky in that it's not so much that I figured out my brain, I just let myself be me even at my own detriment. And people hated that. I think people hated that. People sometimes hate it even to this day, and I'm still just like, what's your problem, buddy? I don't give a shit who you are. Like, you be whoever you want to be. It's not as much as it used to be, and it's some of the best, like... That's... This has also become a bit of a joke. Hey, welcome to Drawing with MCCanary, also known as therapy. It's fine. But yeah. It's so weird, because I've always been... inside a very outgoing, a very people person. I just was treated like I wasn't. I was just thrown in a corner because I liked dinosaurs and liked certain things. Like, they weren't even like bad or gross things. They were just different. Like, I don't know. It's so weird. I was like, I grew up with Jurassic Park 2, guys. How am I the only one who still likes dinosaurs? I don't get it. Ugh. It did get better in high school overall, but it still was not great. High school had its own... That was me trying to figure out people, and that was its own problem. I think... And I'm always reminded of this. Middle school is the worst. Middle school sucks for everyone. Everyone's having a bad time in middle school. It just sucks that some of those people are making it purposefully that way because they're having a bad time and they won't admit it. Hey, hey guys, I think a lot less bullying would happen if you would just be like, oh, you're having a bad time, so am I. We're all having a bad time. Our brains suck right now. I also grew up, even though like you wouldn't believe this, I feel like I always give off the impression that like I may have I don't want to say violent. That's not necessarily the right term, but like I'm an aggro person. I really am not. I'm actually very. I have a very strict, open stance of pacifism. I'm actually very much against pretty much any violence, any actual violence. I don't think anything should ever be dealt with violence. Um, like I'm pretty outspoken to that, and I feel like a lot of growing up was people testing that on me. Like, just being like, oh, he won't fight back. Which is why, one time, when somebody really tested that, and I did, they were like, what the fuck? And I'm like, what do you think? Just because I don't think it's okay to fight means I'm not gonna fight? I'm just gonna avoid it at any cost. I don't know. People, that was my impression of people growing up, is just people testing me all the goddamn time. And I'm just like, do you not have anything better to do? You know, which probably is why I'm still a little aggro about certain things. I think I can be a little bit easy to fly off the handle, unfortunately, sometimes, which I'm working on. I'm aware of it. But I do think that's exasperated by just an unfortunate experience where that's my interaction with people, is people just, will this irritate Isaac? Like, ugh. And it was genuinely that. It's not just that's a problem that I think some people have things built up in their head that it's like, ooh, you know, I don't want to deal with this. I want to deal with that. Um, my life experience has been like, no, that's how people treated me. That is how people treated me for a long time. And it's just kind of changed in some ways that make me a little bit more uncomfortable because now we're quote unquote adults. I don't like it. That's going through my brain right now. I'm trying not to think about it, but I don't like it. I have a hot take. I don't think anybody grew up. I don't think anyone ever has grown up. We've just had to deal with more mature things as we got older. I don't think anybody's grown up. I certainly haven't, and I refuse to. Genuinely. I think it's really sad that a lot of people have that mentality. Um, like, there's a difference between being responsible and being an adult. Like, I think people conflate the two a lot of times. But in reality, as long as you're taking care of yourself, that's what matters. You don't need to stop things you're interested in. You don't have to stop being who you've been just to do the ideal. I don't know. I'm never gonna quit doing things. I don't know. I'm just gonna be the weirdo that I am. I'm a weirdo who does two things I've noticed. Being a goober and just actually being willing to say something on my mind, but not like in an antagonistic way. At least I like to believe so. Like, I'm not that kind of person to be like, oh, I'm just saying it. Like, no, like, if something bothers me, or if something is on my mind, I'll talk about it. I'll just talk about it. I think that's the thing, is like, that's the difference between people who'll be like, I just tell it how it is, versus what I try to approach it from is like, something's in my head and I need to get it out because it probably will help somebody else as much as it will help me, right? Like, if you have something in your brain taking up space, feeling like you're going crazy, it probably is helpful to know that actually you're not crazy. You're not. I think a lot of people are a lot less crazy than they think they are. Because there's a lot of things that happen to us all the damn time, also, that happen. Things happen. You're not crazy that things have happened. No one is crazy that the things that are happening in their lives are happening. They are happening. They are real, extant things. And it's better that we actually process them. You know? That's why, like, really, like, I know I play a lot of games. I play, like, Monster Hunter and Helldivers and Insurgency and stuff. Like, no, I genuinely have a pacifistic heart. I really do. I loathe conflict because so much conflict has been in my life that I'm like, that has been there for no reason. It has been there for no reason and for no part of my own. Like, I don't look for conflict. I'm just surrounded by it. And I'd like to believe a lot of people probably are that way. I don't think anybody really looks for conflict. Well, that's not 100% true. I feel like that can't be 100% true based on my past interactions with people who were doing nothing but antagonizing me. So, I think of a lot of the people I've met who've been good in my life are the same people who don't look for conflict. I also found a healthier form of antagonism in which I can actually have friends that we are mutually antagonistic in a way that's mutual. That's gotten better. Yeah, get you some friends that you can be mutually antagonistic with. That helps a lot. It really does. Probably unsurprisingly. But yeah, like I've just always been interested in weird stuff. I always have been. I always will be. And I'm glad I found friends who feel that way. And then I'm glad I've been growing a community who's here for the weird, wild things that we're on. So ultimately, I'm never going to stop feeling things. That's not going to happen. That hasn't happened anytime soon. I think the more mature thing for me to do is to more or less embrace that and try to make it a point that, like, guys, we're all here for a ride. I'm here to bring you with me. We'll be fine. That's ultimately what it is the ride's gonna be a fucking ride, but we'll be fine. At least I hope so. I hope it will be fine. There are things I like, there are things that I dislike, there are things that I agree with and don't agree with. And ultimately, at this point, whether I'm right or wrong, I think it's better that I think it is ultimately better to be willing to think about if you're right or wrong. Can't just think you're right. But you also can't just think, you can't just be afraid to think at all. I think that's something that I have run into that I've never really done, or that I get the impression that a lot of people do, is that they're afraid to think about things because they're afraid, what if I'm wrong? Buddies, you can't be right about anything if you're not willing to reflect on if you're right at all. And you can't just be okay with being wrong with something. I genuinely do believe that, even if it might seem like that sometimes, where it's like, oh, you're just okay with being incorrect about something. Or even on top of that, it's okay to be incorrect about some things as that aren't hurting you or anyone else. Especially as you get older, as long as your kind of ideas are your own and only impact you. I'm feeling better. Woken up. I should get some coffee though in a minute. And I think we're definitely going to get this done today. Like I said, we're oops. How did I zoom? Oh, de-zoom probably. It seems that way. We'll definitely get the arm cross, and then if I do, I might do some test sketches of what the next thing is. We'll see. All that to say, I appreciate that I am doing something that you guys like. That, you know, I can actually be seen as an artist. I think that's all it really was, is I always got this impression that no matter what I did, no matter what I made, I just wasn't seen as an artist. Or at least valuable for it. And I appreciate that. And I think probably a lot of my criticism for a long time did stem from that feeling of like, if I'm not considered artist, why is this considered art? Like, you know, if something was like popular or something. That's probably why for a long time I had that contrarianism. You know what? Fair enough. And I've kind of come back on that. You know, I tried to mature a little bit about it. Like, you might still not be into the most popular things, but that's still being made by somebody. That's somebody's artistic vision, whether I agree with it or not. And that's something I've gotten better about, is like, just because I don't like a piece of art, just because it isn't my thing or my flavor, doesn't mean it suddenly doesn't deserve to exist. Especially if it was successful. Like, good on you. I want to try to be successful too. Like, everybody wants to be successful. So, fair enough. That might be actually too much motion, because this might actually have to be here now. And this one be a tween. That. Something like this. There we go. That'll ruffle up. It's here. Oop. That there. It's here. And if anything, I probably talk so much about this is just to be like to 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 reaffirm my own kind of commiseration of like I had a bad time. I had a bad time, guys. But to be fair, there is a certain point where I gotta be like, yeah, I had a bad time. Life gave me a bad time. I'm getting over it. Always remember that. It's still ultimately better to be above the bad time. Bad time might have happened, and it sucked, but I can't let it keep me from being better. And I mean, it has been. I've got to do my first live art ever. That was so exciting. I really look forward to hopefully, no matter what, I'm going to try to do that again sometime soon. Might be a couple months, but we'll see. There might be a chance that I might be able to do it sooner than that. Goes to show I actually benefit from doing this and doing Arctic Phone and stuff. God, I love the Rat Boogie. Why does it sound so good? Hey, that's actually working really well. I think I only had to do a few more tweens, but like that worked. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna add a few more frames because like it just sticks in, right? Like no, I wanted to there to be like some shuffling. So like there's still a few more frames that I gotta do. That's a good start. That means I've got the right motion, and the things that I need to add now, or I need to add like a like 2 or 3 frames of her like kind of adjusting her arms. That's something I want to do to make sure that it actually slots in because right now it just kind of sticks, right? So like there's still a little bit of motion that I need to do. But it does work. God damn it. I don't know why that's the best way to do that, but it works. Whatever works, right? Right now I need a little bit more rotation and a little bit more motion. But it's almost there. And this is why I like doing straight ahead, is like I just keep adding frames until it looks right. That's what I like doing, is like add more frames until the timing is right. That's what I like doing ultimately, which is why I like doing it this way. It is more work in a lot of ways, but it'll be worth it in the end. Gotta remember my lines. Gotta remember my lines. I love that expression. I give her a really good expression. She looks really good. And what's good is it got the motion down. I was really worried that this is why I was saying, I was like, I can't do anything complicated. I need to do what works. What am I capable of? And what's more important is not just doing what you're capable of. I think what's more important is do what you're capable of and then nudge it. Nudge it a little bit farther. That's what'll get you to improve better than trying to do something that you can't do. What you want to do is what you can do and then push it. Push it just a little bit better. Push a little bit farther than a little bit out of your comfort. Like, do what you know and then try to add something that you don't. That will make for better stuff. It'll make for better stuff. But I don't know anything. Well, you got to start somewhere. Everybody knows something. You got to start somewhere. Start with what you know. If you know stick figures, do stick figures. The goal is you draw a stick figure, and then the next stick figure you do, you add more based on what you already know. You add to what you know. You don't do something you don't know. You do something you know and then add to it. That's how you improve, or at least that's how I've improved. That's how I've developed too. That wasn't like if anything, that was a eureka right now to explain that that's what that is like, I didn't I didn't wake up one day and like know to do that. Like, I had to develop that on my own too. You know, I had to process to a certain extent that in order to improve what I do, I had to have that moment where I went, no, 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 no. Because I've had too many moments that I've had to learn from, where I did try to do something I wasn't ready for, something I didn't know how to do. Now, granted, that doesn't mean you shouldn't try to do things you don't know how to do at all, ever. Like, actually, um, you know, if you're faced with a challenge or something, like, that's where you have to buckle down, maybe do research and be like, okay, how do I figure this out? How do I do this? You know, you can't figure out how to do something if you don't also challenge yourself to do something. So just bear that you need to find the solution to it within the parameters of what you can understand. Don't try to do something outside of your full understanding. Like, period. Doesn't mean you're stupid or anything. It just means you don't know how that works, and that you need to develop the starting portion of it. Like, you still need to learn the foundation before you can start pushing those foundations. And that's all. That's all that means. You have to build a foundation before you can build on top of a foundation. Who would have thought? I think my struggle though is I'm constantly building a foundation. My foundation keeps getting higher. It's a solid cement block. It goes up 3 stories. When do I start the house? The house is scary. But hey, you gotta get there somehow. And I mean, like, both for function and just for how long it takes to draw. It totally makes sense that if you, like, stop an anime at a bad tween, like, bad tweens happen for 2 reasons. A, exaggeration can look good, and B, it's a lot of work, man. You can't focus on every single goddamn frame forever. It'll make it look good, you'll lose your mind. That's why, like, as long as you can limit a lot of flickering and stuff, that's ideal. But having quote unquote bad tweens is a necessity, both from a production standpoint and from a stylistic standpoint. Like, bad tweens happen intentionally because ultimately no one's going to make a perfect animation. It's already been done. It's called Redline. It's called Spider-Verse, actually. It's been done twice. But like no, like you gotta set limitations somehow at some point. You just gotta be willing to be like, it did the thing and it did the thing. That's what works, baby. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. Gotta do what works. Now, that's interesting. Why is the nose different? Why is the nose that much different? The thickness? I think it was because of the thickness. God, I love Rat Boogie. I don't know why. I don't know why I found this. Thank you, YouTube. Sometimes YouTube algorithm does some things right. Honestly, YouTube recommends does do right things. I just hate how it works in as a curator standpoint. But it's okay. Fine, YouTube. I'll play the algorithm wins. I'm gonna try doing shorts. Starting to do that anyways, so if it works, it works. Might as well just do what works, right? Do what works and don't argue. Fair enough. Sometimes that's how it goes. Hell yeah. Need Yeah, I need more frames. I want her to like adjust her arms for a second. She needs to shuffle. I do this. Will this work? In a certain stupid way it will. That is what I wanted to do. Now I need to do that. And I need a lot of subtle motions now. Ultimately, what I need. I need this to move a little bit that way. It's like a little bit. Now, we're gonna start from up here. Something like that. Right? Like a little bit of swing. Just like a little bit of swing. Like a little bit of swing. Just to add a little bit of motion. That's something I'm trying to get better at, is like adding motion to add texture without adding too much motion where it doesn't belong. Like that's something I'm constantly working on. I will say, God, the nice thing about this pen has been it is very, 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 very good at pressure control compared to my last pen. I was not very good at pressure control with my last pen. At some point, I will make her blink, I promise. That's gonna be for post-processing. That's later. Post-processing is something different. I don't know why I said post-processing. It's not post-processing. I don't know why I mentioned post-processing. Post-processing has something to do with lighting. I don't even know what post-processing is. This guy wants to make things and he doesn't even know what post-processing is. I don't. Not really. I'll get very good at drawing the shape of this head. That's for damn sure. You probably could just copy and paste. Trust me, I've tried. There is something, I don't know what it is. I wonder if there's like a discussion of some kind of like, why does it feel like animation doesn't work if you copy and paste it? Why does it work better if you do nudge every portion itself? Why does that seem to matter? That is a fascinating thing that I have run into personally, that I'm like, I don't know why that makes such a difference. You would think it wouldn't. I would think it wouldn't, actually. I would think that largely speaking, if something isn't moving, that it stays still. But the reality is the only things that truly do that are inanimate objects, and even then, like, it looks better if there is some texture to the motion. And I think what it is adding texture to motion is pleasant. It is pleasant to see that texture, and that texture comes in it not perfectly being still. Nothing is perfectly still. Think about it. Try to hold perfectly still. You'll start shaking. You know, like there's no perfectly still when it comes to the human body to anything. Need to add more frames. I need a little bit more acceleration, I think. It's a little bit too smooth. It's too smooth. I need to figure out how to add some acceleration. Which means more frames at the start. Like more frames around here. So I want it to have a little bit more of a fluid feeling to it. So I need to add frames of acceleration, which means I need to slow down parts of it and speed up parts of it. The best way to slow something down is to add more frames. That is the best way to slow something down, is to add a frame. That, yeah. Anyways, back to this frame. Anyways, back to this frame. Don't do that. I hate when it does that. I still don't know why you do that sometimes, Animate. It's really frustrating. I really wished you wouldn't. Eh. There. That up there. Yeah. And one of the things I need to get better at is not, when I'm doing tweens, to not add something that isn't there. This is a tween, so I have to do what's actually in between. And I think easing in will help a little bit, but I actually don't know for this, since it's so many moving parts, how much it'll help. But it's worth a shot. I knew this was going to be hard. What's funny is that head turn came out so good. I got kind of lucky with that. Sometimes that just happens. Sometimes you make something and you're just like, I don't know what I did. It just worked. I don't know what I did. It just worked. I can't explain it. It just happened that way, man. Who knows? I don't knows. I don't freaking knows. If I knews, I'd do what I did. I have no idea what I did. Part of it is this is a pretty long action, so this is gonna be a lot of frames. Supposed to be like 2-ish seconds. That circle is butts. Circle is bad. Actually, what I'll do, need another frame here. Just had a thought. I need to have one frame in which this is a little bit higher. So that way it like settles, because that's also what I want, is her settling into the stance. You just got to keep adding. Just got to keep adding frames until it looks right. That's the goal, baby. Just got to keep adding frames until it looks correct. And this action is, as you can tell, a few more frames than the last part that I did. That last part was so few frames. Look at how many. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was 6 frames to do that head turn. 7, arguably. This has been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and probably more. So we've done 1 full second. We've done 1 full second so far, and it might do at least another half a second, at least. And that's where I'm at in my process of deduction for a piece. Is like, okay, I'm at 24 frames a second. 24 frames is 1 second. An action is how many frames? An action is how many seconds? Translate that many seconds into that many frames. Something takes half a second, that's 12 frames, which is actually 6 frames if I'm drawing on 2s. That's what you got to keep in mind. If you're drawing on 2s, like I do, like I oftentimes do when I end up drawing on 2s, if an action is at your frame rate, you're working at 2s, which works better. This is probably why they don't work at 60 frame animation, because 60 frame animation wouldn't look better. Do you want to know what kind of hell 2s would look like at 60 frames a second to draw? You don't want to know how fucking long that would take? That would be insanity. That would be absolute insanity. You would lose your mind. I would lose my mind. That is 30 frames of drawn animation for 1 second if you're working on 2s. You're working on 2s. You'd probably be better off working at 3s, because at least then that'd be 20 frames. I would... Yeah. Like, you would need an entire animation studio to work at that level. If you're doing hand-drawn animation, that is. Oh, it's always a good time here, Squid. You know I'm always on one of my those tirade. That's a character quality. This is what I'm like proud of. Is I've made my tirades something that's at least bemusing to some, but valid. That's my whole thing. Is I just want to be validated for how I process my work. That said, like I do think I've gotten to a good headspace of like, okay, if an action is about this long, then it's going to be out about this many frames based on what it is. And I think it's a pretty straightforward thought process that I've developed, right? It makes sense to me to be like, if an action is going to be over the span of this allotted time, for example, this action should be no more than a second and a half, I'm working at 24 frames a second. At twos, that should equal, I could do the math, 18. 18 actual drawn frames. I should be around 18 drawn frames in this part to have the timing down the way that I want, to have the length that I want, to have, but it should not be exactly 18. It should probably be like 17 or 19. So that way there's a little bit of wiggle room and a little bit of texture. A little bit. Perfection is not actually good for any piece of art, in my opinion. You should always have a little bit off because that texture will add something. It'll add grippiness. You should always add texture to your work. People won't always agree with that texture. Example, you're making a game and you add something for texture to be abrasive, to intentionally be abrasive, to add texture to something. That's a hard thing to do, and do it where people are all gonna like it. And also, I don't think anyone is ever going to always like texture. Like, how many people complain about the texture of a food? And that's the reason why they complain. I don't have that problem. It depends. I'm not saying I can't. I'm not saying that I can't dislike a food because of its texture. I'm saying if your texture bothered me that badly, I do think you actually made something bad. Because there's a lot of food out there that people complain about the texture that I'm like, I love it. I love. You want to know how crazy I am? I love things like squid and calamari because it's chewy. I love a chewy texture. I love texture. I love the presence of texture. You have to truly do something wrong, in my opinion, for me to dislike the texture of something. And that also applies to artwork. But it also is a point of criticism. I think it is. I think it's a valid point of criticism because some people don't like certain kinds of texture. That's totally fair. And sometimes texture can be difficult to apply. There's a pretty shared sentiment amongst our friends. We all have varying degrees of likeness to Undertale, but we all kind of agree there is a point in that game that has a bad texture, and that is Lava World. Pretty much all of us don't like Lava World, like at all, for different reasons, but they're all generally because of the change in texture. But to be fair, I think that that is intentional on Toby's part because in reality, he wasn't going to make a perfect game. That's not possible, especially if it's like one of your first projects like that. And that texture could arguably be there to be like, but look at the parts that were so much better because of it. So, I mean, that's fair. We did not. I didn't like Hot World. Sean didn't like Hot World. I don't know about Jackson's opinion of Hot World, actually, but I get the impression that pretty much all of us think the game has a bit of a rough patch in Hot World. But also, you know, I can respect that probably is intentional. Like, there's a certain amount of it of, like, what about the parts of the game that are so much better in contrast to that? It's like, it's, you know, hopeful to be like, why couldn't that part be as good as the rest of it? And it's like, well, if you think about it, those parts are elevated by the fact that that's there, right? You, like, now think more fondly of the parts that are so good because there was the texture there to be like, that part kind of it wasn't the best. And it's not to say that it's bad, but that's the point, is like it is abrasive in a way that our friend group was not really super jazzed about. We love Undertale. We love Undertale. I hate Alphys. I hate her so much. I think I hate Alphys because she slots into a group of characters that feels like a stereotype that I fit, but isn't actually me. Because I've been compared to Alphys, and I go, fuck no, I am not that person. Like, I am not Alphys because part of the issue with Alphys is the way that she's grown. You've grown a distaste for Undertale since you played it. Fair enough. I do like Undertale, and my friends and I do like Undertale. I think that it's totally fair, though, if it's because of the fucking abysmal fandom. Totally fair. Trust me. It got better in so much that it got less loud. Still hate how the internet views Sans. It makes me mad, because if you're going to talk about any character that I personally relate to a lot, and not because of what the internet fucking made him, is Sans. Sans is absolutely the kind of person that I think I relate to the most in that game, because Sans is a goofball and a dork who really cares about the things that are happening around him, who's seen some shit. He's seen some shit. Motherfucker's been traumatized. And he's just trying to be a guy. He's just trying to be a guy. And people want to glorify Sans. I feel like if you glorify Sans, you miss the point. You're not supposed to glorify Sans. He's gone through a really bad time. And he's just trying to do his best. Like, Sans isn't cool. And it isn't cool what you do to Sans after a certain point, regardless of your relationship with him. Buddha Buddha, funny eyeball glow. Like, I totally respect Sans as a character. I think he's one of my favorite parts of the game. He's a very fascinating and interesting person, and a very fascinating part of it. And it irritates me how he's been boiled down, but that's its own discussion. Alphys, however, I've been compared to, and it like really sucks, because it's like, I see what Alphys struggles with, and it's like, it's not so much that I've never struggled with that. No, that's not what I mean to say. It's not so much that I struggled specifically in the way that she did. It's like this assertion that, oh, people like me struggle like that. And it's like, no. Alphys genuinely has a certain kind of esteem problem that is unfounded. At least to me. Like, she just behaves the way she does because she has anxiety. Fair enough. Sure. But being compared to that really sucks. Because a lot of my anxiety is not founded on just the thoughts in my head. Alphys isn't really treated poorly. At least not from my perspective. She's not, like, treated poorly in any way. And her kind of, like, interests are a little bit too obnoxious. I'd like to believe that I'm at least a little bit more subdued about that kind of thing. Like, I get it. I have an interest in anime and stuff, and I can be like, ooh. But I certainly don't... Like, I can get really into the things that I'm interested in, but if I can tell that somebody's not interested in it, I won't pressure them on it. Like, I hate when people do that. That's so obnoxious. I'm not that kind of person. If anything, I'll mention something, and if it clicks with you, cool. And if it doesn't, I'll be like, okay, I'm still gonna like it though, so whatever. Like, I actually don't try to pressure people on things. At least I don't perceive that I do. Try not to. And a lot of her esteem problems, like, just purely do come from a esteem place. Whereas I'd like to maintain that a lot of my esteem issues came from a place of being treated like shit. And I just don't get that impression from Alphys. Alphys isn't treated like shit. She's not. She's not treated like shit. Like, I don't get the impression that she has problems. Her problems are self-made. She doesn't struggle with anything outside of herself. And that's fair. That's not to deface that if anybody does do that. But I've been compared to that. And I'm like, fuck, guys. Is that what you guys think I deal with? Because that sucks if it does. Gotcha. Have a good cook. Have a good lunch. So, you thinking too much about certain things and seeing implications that aren't actually there, or you're not happy with the impact it's had on games and the internet culture. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. That's the thing, again, I agree with, actually, is people treated Undertale like the second coming of Christ, which it's not. I love that game. It's really good. It's inspirational. There's a lot of things I like in it. It didn't fix video games. It didn't fix video games. Like, I'm thankful that we're seeing more games inspired by Undertale. Absolutely. I'll be happy about that. It's not that. It's just also a good comedy game. It's just a good comedy game. It's maybe it's one of the best early examples, at least in the indie sphere, of like a game that can be written as a comedy first. And I've appreciated that. I think all of our friends can all of my friend group can appreciate that. It is a comedy. Even if you don't agree with all of its ideas that are more serious, it is a comedy at its core. It's supposed to be a funny game. You're supposed to laugh at jokes. And it has jokes, and they're good jokes. At least, to me and my friend group's sense of humor, it is good jokes. It is good jokes. Oh no, Sticky Keys is on. Sticky Keys, no. Sticky Keys, get out of here. I do that? Yeah. This needs to be ran. This needs a little bit more acceleration. Means it needs a little bit more space. I could talk a lot about Undertale, but usually what I could talk a lot about Undertale is actually the opposite of fangirling. I have a lot of misgivings, actually, to how Undertale was met that I think a lot of my friends agree with, too. It's like, we love that game. It's a very good game. We respect the hell out of Toby, and we look forward to more Deltarune. The things that people did to that game is kind of the point of Sans, actually. Like, he's a tortured soul. Like, people's reception to that game, whilst positive, was a little bit unprecedented and a little bit too much. When I can respect it for the actual genuinely good writing it has, the genuine positive messages that it has, as well as the implications of the genocide route. Like, there's good video game writing, good writing in general in that game. And I don't the thing is, though, is people treat it like it's more than that. When I think there should be discussions happening surrounding Undertale that are completely reasonable game discussions of, can we have more games like this? So we should be, and we are. We actually are. There are people who are improving on it all the time. We are getting that discussion more and more. But I do think that Undertale itself as an IP has been a bit conflated to its detriment. To its detriment that we have these situations where people are ranting, raving about it, about how good it is, and then people who will try it and be like, I don't see what's so big about it. Because, unfortunately, I don't even think at that point it's a matter of because it's that thing that I was talking about earlier that my brain does. Sometimes you hear so much hype about something, you experience it, and you go, I feel disappointed. Because the brain likes to play a trick on you. The brain will play a trick on you and go, I don't want to see what everybody else sees in this sometimes. Especially if it's a specific kind of ranting. It's totally fair. It's totally fair. And I think that is where, obviously, the most mature thing to always do in that respect is tune out what anybody else is saying. If you haven't played Undertale, just try it yourself. And go into it with just this. If you agree with the sense of humor, you will probably enjoy it. You have that kind of sense of humor. And it is, at this point, actually a bit of an older sense of humor. It is a little bit of the bridging between the more modern taste and sense of humor and the older lol random sense of humor. If you just don't have that, you're just not going to get it. Like, that's totally fair. Like, different eras had different senses of humor. It has an absurdist sense of humor, and I have an absurdist taste in humor, and my friends have an interest and an absurdist taste of humor. You know, like, it gelled with us. But absolutely, I would say, like, people unintentionally undersell how validly good Undertale does as a game for the game market by overhyping it. If anything, the best thing for Undertale as a fan is not to be like, you know, either pretentious about it too. It's just to be like, it's an experience. Try it. Go into it with the intent of just having a personal experience. That's it. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. If it doesn't change your fucking life, it doesn't have to. Undertale doesn't have to change your life. No piece of media needs to change your life. You want to know the pieces of media that will change your life? The ones that matter to you. Undertale could be that. And that is a fair point. And that's why I say, like, it's also just, like, it has entertainment value. It's meant to be a comedy first, actually, I think. Undertale is meant to be a comedy first. Or at the very least, it's meant to be a comedy, like, intentionally. Like, you're supposed to laugh at it first before you get into the other things with it. But you are supposed to laugh at it. Like, it has jokes. It has a sense of humor. The kind of toy argument is its own thing because that goes into the difference between art and not art. I still think that's, if anything, toys can be art. Art can be toys. There, I said it. Middle ground. That's me. You know, entertainment can mean something, but it also can be entertainment. I mean, if I'm very seriously wanting to try to develop more stories, I will always be an element of my sense of humor is, and my sense of writing is, I wanted to discuss things when it can get the space to discuss it, but if that's not the space, I want it to entertain. I do want it. I do want the things I do to entertain as much as they can discuss something. You know, if I can have a discussion, I'll have it in my work. But I also want it to be stupid. I want it to be silly. I want it to be fun. If I can make it fun. That even applies to horror. Horror can be fun. The concept of horror comedy would not exist if horror couldn't be fun. I would argue Alien is fun. Alien is an entertaining piece of media, and it still has important horror concepts in it. It both for the medium to work as well as its own themes. I still maintain, you know, we would not have survival horror video games if movies like Alien didn't exist. Because it plays out like a survival horror game in a lot of ways. And you can clearly tell how much it has influenced so many pieces of survival horror in video games. I think it is a valid comparison and always important to remember that the entertainment element of a piece of media should be taken in respect to the more serious themes and discussions that maybe that artist wanted to make. If it's that kind of media, there is art for the sake of art, that will always exist too, but for media that is also meant to entertain, it doesn't mean it can't lack artistic value, but it also means that you could still enjoy it for just being fun or being entertaining. That's fine too. That said, everybody should still try to think about the media you consume. Still do it. Think about things. Sorry, it's scary. I get it. You should still think about things. Sean and I read Fahrenheit 451, and I'm glad Sean did too. And then we had a discussion about why that book is so important today. Is there's a very scary thing happening a lot where people just don't want to think about things. I get it. I've had my days of head empty, no thoughts. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is people don't think about things. And if they see someone thinking about things, it's a threat. That scares me. Think about things. Your head. Listen, there are times where it's okay to have head empty, no thoughts. But it's also okay if you like see something to think about it. And think about it, not just be like, it exists. Yes, no. Like, think about it. I don't know. Because so much of Fahrenheit 451 is a discussion about anti-intellectualism, and I want to put this in stone of my statement of that, to not actually like back off and like be like, oh, you pretentious asshole. Like, I'm not saying that smartness, there's no value of smartness here. There's no quality of smartness to thinking. The concept of that is about, to me, through that book, is the desire to not think. Regardless if you're right or wrong, to not think about anything, not be challenged. That scares me. That scares me. To not challenge your own assertions on anything. That's a scary thought to me. And I get that some people live that way. It just terrifying to me. I couldn't do that. My brain would explode because it needs to be able to decompress all the stuff that gets lodged in there, regardless if it's true or not. Your brain gets filled with information, whether it's real or not. It gets filled with information. So the idea that people just live their lives either not thinking about it or deleting it as soon as it enters their brain is terrifying to me. Because even I will do that. It's like, if the information just doesn't get in, it don't get in. It doesn't get in. And I don't like that about myself. I don't like that that happens. And there are people who genuinely, that is their modus. Ugh. Ugh. Scary to me. I need to add more motion, definitely to the end. Definitely to the end needs more motion. But it's getting there. It's getting there. It's getting much, much there. What's funny is, I need more acceleration in some spots. Which means the ends need to have more frames. And the middle needs to have fewer frames. Something in the middle needs to get deleted. Let's try deleting this one. Just to see what happens. That's better. This is the importance of acceleration. Like, sometimes you just gotta futz with it, man. I'm gonna add one more frame here. Oh my god, animation is such a... Like anything, it sometimes is a trial and error process. You just gotta... The whole thing with a trial and error process, though, is you just gotta keep futzing with it till something works, right? You just gotta keep on going. You just gotta be like, it's gotta work now, right? It's gotta work now, right? This is the benefit of having animate, is I can do some of this stuff a little bit more quickly. Like being able to just get rid of those frames. Nice. I kind of wish there was a way I could just hide them, because now if I'm like, I kind of need something there, then it's gone forever. So there's probably a way that I could have made like a trash bin of like spare frames. But also, maybe I should have just treat it like a trash bin. How many times do you stereotypically think of the animator in his fucking, in his cramped, dark 3 a.m. office with a fucking lamp on with a waste bin filled with crumpled papers, right? Like, sometimes you just gotta throw something away. Sometimes you just gotta throw something away and be like, that didn't work, do something else. Throw your... Delete your art. Gotta remember, delete your art. It's important. Important facet of learning how to be an artist is you just gotta delete your art sometimes. Delete your art. If it turns out, oh, I shouldn't have deleted that frame, gotta make it again. Oh well. Gonna have to do it again. Don't give me that look, Slime. I didn't even coin that. That's a Drawfee original. That's a Drawfee original. I didn't even come up with that. So don't give me that look. I'm not saying it out of some kind of point of malice. It's true. It helped me be a better artist. Because the idea is not, you did bad. The idea is... Exactly! Listen. It is better to try something and make garbage than it is to not make anything. And as long as you recognize it is what it is, a mistake, then you go, whoopsie, you throw it in the garbage, you try again. You try something different. You take it out and you look at it and you go, what can I do different to make it work? That's what's important. There's nothing wrong. You didn't do something wrong by making something quote-unquote bad. I make bad shit all the time. Just now, I made a bad frame. There's something missing. There's something too much. There's something too little. There's something I have to work on. You have to throw out parts of it if something isn't working. Throw out the parts that aren't working. What you gotta do. That's fine. How you get better at the things you do. Can't get better at something if you try to hold on to the bad parts too. And which is something I actually have really struggled with, honestly. I have a bad habit of like being like, but the good parts are good, so you can ignore the bad parts, right? Like, no, sometimes you just gotta be like, no, that's bad. You just gotta throw it away. Let's do something else. Just do different. You gotta change it. Bad parts. What were you just saying about Undertale? I don't know, man. Texture is hard. Texture is difficult. That's where I would agree with, like, we don't even agree on that part being good texture. But it doesn't mean that that wasn't the intent. Art is hard. Making things is hard. You gotta start somewhere. It's okay to recognize when you had a bad idea. Because it was still an idea that you had to try to find out if it was bad. Can't find the good ideas if you're too scared that your idea is not going to be good. You're just going to have to throw it away. If anything, the goal is find the things to throw away as quickly as possible, so that way you get them out of the way and find the parts that are actually good. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to make a decision and say, this is the best that I could make it. This is the best I could do. Just leave it that way. If you can't do better than your best, that's okay. All right. That means you learned something, you have information, you can try it different next time. Exactly. And I think that this is something I think a lot of people forget. Even I didn't realize until I started getting older, because I always like detested how critical people could get about my art sometimes. And it's like, flip side, the people who make things probably see the critiques themselves and are like, I just didn't know what to do. I just had to do something. Just had to do something. You know? Like, obviously, there's things wrong with it. Every artist sees the things that they do wrong every single time they make something. And I think that's something that I want to be a little outspoken of regardless of what you think of my art. I look at other people's art and I do try to maintain, like, they're at their own level of what they're doing, of course, and as long as they're trying, that's what matters, and who cares, you know? On the flip side, I've finally gotten to the point where I'm skilled enough that people have been asking me advice, and I'm like, I don't know, man. Especially when they don't really know me. That part gets me. I had that a couple times, and I'm like, I don't know. How do you draw this? How do you draw that? Study. That's all I can do. That's all I can tell you is you got to look at a reference, you got to look at information, you got to process it. That's how you do it. That's how you do anything. How do you draw a hand? You look at a hand and you practice. I can tell you technique and everything, but ultimately, the way to draw a hand is you look at a hand, you start sketching, you fail, and you try again. I don't know. I don't know how else to say that. Especially as somebody who, quote unquote, likes drawing hands, because I know a lot of people dislike drawing hands. The best thing I could tell you about a hand is it's all about articulation. Like, it's all about. And even I had to still, like, go back and forth on how I do hands. Because sometimes I would do hands really poorly, and then sometimes I'd do hands like the best I've ever done a hand. So, a lot of my expertise originates from a mindset of I tried to draw it as I saw it. Like, even if I didn't do much, even if I didn't ultimately do that much life drawing, I still started with that to a certain extent. So, like, if I draw a hand, I would try to draw every part of it as best as I could, even if I was still struggling with proportions. Proportions was something I've always struggled with, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I bet there's parts of this fucking image that have bad proportioning in it, because proportioning can be difficult sometimes for me. Something about spacing conceptually can be difficult, and I've gotten better at it, but it's definitely something I still look at that. Look, I struggle with, even at this level of whatever it is I could call this. I don't know what I would call this. But ultimately, my goal was to just draw what I saw, and then trying that over and over again until I started getting those proportions more naturally. That's just what helped me. That's what helped me learn how to draw a hand, how to draw an arm, how to draw the parts of a body. I just think of them as objects. I think of them as objects, not as. And over time, I started thinking of them as objects instead of just lines. Because yeah, I would say, like, before, I would do, like, the creases of the hand there, right? And then you have a thumb, and then you have the fingers. Like, I would do that. This is how I started with hands for a while. And then I figured out how to do that to make it like a hand look like it would function first. And then over time, I've gotten better at the proportioning. Is that the right way to do it? I don't fucking know. That's the problem. If you want advice on how to draw a part of something. It's all still down to your personal process that you're developing. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what that object is. It is your process that you have to work on. Work on your process. You just have to study. You have to figure out what study works for you. You have to learn. And the best art teaching is not telling you how to do something. It is giving you the resources to practice. That is the best way to learn art. That is the best way to teach art, in my opinion. And then giving input on where things might be better or different. Give insight on maybe like, because for me, the best insight I had for drawing is it's less of drawing a line and more of like sculpting. And that's where I got more into my like kind of like shapy buildiness that really improved my art for a long time. And then I got kind of bad at being able to keep up my practice because I couldn't consistently draw for many years of my life. I just couldn't. I just could only do like very simple things. And I've only really truly been able to consistently draw again for the first time in my life in the last 3 years. So, really ultimately, you want to learn how to draw any part, you need to do 2 things. Consistently draw, which I think everybody says, and you need to find references. You just gotta find references, and you just gotta keep trying to draw them until you get it right. And if you're like, but I never get it right, it's like, you just gotta keep trying. You can't give up on yourself. And sometimes your style just ends up being, I just like to draw it that way, even if it's wrong. Sometimes you just find a way that looks right to you, and it just looks right. It's not even correct. It's not even right. It just looks right. Like, just gotta trust your process and find a process, and then hone that process. That's the best advice I could give if you're trying to learn how to draw something. Because I'm learning all the time. This entire animation is not founded on any previous knowledge aside from being able to make lines on paper. That's the truth. Every time your pen touches a surface, it's a learning opportunity. Treat it that way. Why don't deprive yourself of that either. Like, that is the best thing you can do for yourself, is treat it as a learning process. As a learning opportunity. Let's try getting rid of this frame, maybe? Yeah, that's better. I needed a little bit more acceleration. I needed a little bit more acceleration in the middle, so yeah. I had too many frames in the middle, not enough frames at the end. So I need to add probably one more frame on each side, actually. Like 1 or 2 more frames on each side. I think it'll be good. Yeah, that looks much better. I like that. There is some weirdness, but that's fine. Why do you keep on making selection lines? I don't know how to get rid of that sometimes. It's distracting whenever I'm trying to look at if it's doing it right. There we go. What's funny is there's kind of like 2 motions in here, right? Is the motion of the arms going up and then the arms going in that I'm trying to capture the most motion in. And this kind of if there's anything for animation and for art that I would recommend if you want to train yourself on any given thing, train your eye. Train your eye on specific things. And I don't mean that as a train your eye to like see shapes and stuff. What I mean is like try to train your eye to notice when something seems wrong and where that might be. And you have to train that. You have to like look for those kinds of things. And it's not easy. It's not easy to do. I'm not saying that's like a none of this is easy. If you're struggling with it, it's a struggle. I struggle with it. I had to you have to treat yourself with also the respect of acceleration. Always remember you got to build up. You got to build up, even in a single sitting. If you've been here since the beginning of the stream, I probably sound way different than when I did at moment one because I was still, for better or for worse, kind of waking up. Like I was. Ugh. This is, believe it or not, the first week that was normal. This is the first week I got to actually stream at Saturday at the time that I want to. So just still working on some stuff on my end. Needed to wake up a little bit later. Needed to start it a little bit later. But it still was rough. Still was rough. We'll only have the animation today, so I'm gonna try to go for about 4 hours to get a lot of work into it. Like, my time has been completely booked recently, for better and for worse. For the first time, I feel like I'm busy all the time because I'm busy for good reasons. And I'm busy for things that aren't just work and are just work. It's a really weird problem to have. Man, I'm so busy because I'm working all the time, or I'm not working and doing something. Like I have, and then like outside of that, about the only me time I have is in my fucking chores, which I'm lucky that I'm the kind of person that, whilst chores can't still be chores, everybody gets that, I still can like be like, chores are kind of like a zen thing for me. I can do that. Certain things can be a zen thing for me that aren't a zen thing for a lot of people, and I so cherish that. I think a lot of people get ground by certain kinds of things that I'm just like, put on some music, just do my thing. As long as I'm not rushed on it. As soon as I get rushed on it, it's a fucking nightmare. I will happily take my time with something if you could just let me. And it's better for me that way. Sata andagi! Sorry. It appeared in chat. Sata andagi! I will always appreciate Satan. Oh no, my cat responds to Sata Andagi now. He heard me say Sata Andagi, and then I heard him respond. Like he like got up and started moving around. I was like, oh no. Sata Andagi. He responds. Why does my cat respond to that? Because I yelled at him once. Because I started saying Sata Andagi to him, and that was like 30-40 seconds that I would say Sata Andagi at him, and then he would yell at me. We had a conversation. I woke him up with Sata Andagi. God damn it. I love my idiot boy. One thing that I want to preserve in my style that I've always liked, that even works into my animation that I've noticed, that I've gotten compliments for, is I have kind of like a rough style, right? Like I get really like gruff with it sometimes. Sometimes I don't like it. I think it makes it look messy. I wish I had a cleaner art style, but I've been complimented on my messy art style. So I feel like I should lean into it, but improve it. Like I don't want it to just be messy for messy's sake, for laziness. I definitely want it to be intentionally messy where it works. That's why I like having like a little bunch That's why I like kind of the wibbly line. I like little itty bitty motions. I like where there's motion even when things are holding still. I like that. It doesn't make a lot of work, but he knows you're going insane every time you say it. No. Osaka wouldn't do that to me. She wouldn't get inside my brain and do anything horrible. I trust her in there. Osaka's too sweet. She wouldn't be able to do any harm inside my head anyways. God, I want to know. I've seen it. We if I can find it, we'll do a couple streams of it. I don't know, but I want to find that Osaka simulator for the PlayStation 1. Even if it's Japanese and only in Japanese. I think that'd be part of the charm, is trying to figure out what the fuck is going on inside of my pet Osaka simulator. Ah, that's how I hit the Osaka part of my body, of my mind, is I have to say Sata Andigi more. I have seen that Osaka simulator though, and if I do stream it, I need to stream it with a friend, so I'd probably do it with Sean. I'd make him stream uh Osaka simulator with me. And I think part of the fun would be it would have to be untranslated. Like, I don't think there's a translated version of it, and I think it would be more fun if we just don't fucking know what the hell is going on and what Osaka needs. What does an Osaka even need? She's like, what's so funny is it's designed like a fishbowl, is the way that I get the impression of it. It's designed like taking care of a fish. Which is a very certain way to describe Osaka. Am I wrong? Am I incorrect? You know, there's a Konami dating sim game. You can date Galaga ships. Did not know that. It's an official Konami game too? That's fucking wild. I've seen the tank dating game. Listen, I already have my 2 contrarian dating games. I don't need more. I enjoy my Hatoful, and I appreciate Kadoa Shoujo. I'll say it, I still do, even though I know it's bad now. Even though I agree with my friends, there's a lot of not good about it that even at the time I thought was not very good. Sorry, Rin just lives inside my head like a unexcised tumor. Jesus. This is the thing. I know I will always like Kadoa Shoujo because there's a character in it that I relate to more than the main character. And the main character fucking sucks. I will always relate more to Rin, even to the point that I'm like, boy, is this what people think of when they looked at me in high school? Because it would explain so fucking much. Because the main character treats her like shit. And I'm sitting here like, my guy, I have her brain. You are being a complete asshole. Actually do some changes here. First off, I need to change the hair here. Need a line here. Wrinkle there. Line here. You want to read Hanako's Route? I actually never finished Hanako's Route, not because I disliked it. We just didn't finish it. I was actually streaming it with Ren at one point, but we ended up having a conflict of time. We just couldn't get back to it. I should bug them about that again. I was like, you ever want to try? I don't know if you'd be interested in that, but Either that, or I'm gonna make sure. Cause Sean and we did Kado Shoujo, or not Kado Shoujo. We did Tokimeki Memorial, and it's kind of been on my laundry list to finally play through all the routes of Kadoa. Not because I think they're all good, because I played maybe for me the best and worst routes in the game. The first one I got was Lily, and I hated it. She sucked. Bad. It's really bad. I did not like it. I could not take it seriously. But as soon as I saw Rin, I was like, oh, I gotta follow this route because somebody told me to play it. And I was like, how do I get Rin's? And I wanted still that genuine first playthrough to be like, can I get Rin's route? I couldn't. Because it's really hard to get Rin's route, actually, in my opinion. If you make any decisions at all before you meet her, you can't get a route. It's just not possible, in my opinion. But well, that one doesn't count, Slime. That one doesn't count, Slime. And also Kenji's the worst. Kenji is my litmus test of the I've called it the Kenji moment in a game, especially in a VN. This seems to be a VN problem specifically because Sean I got Sean into Slay the Princess, which is really good. Slay the Princess is really, really good. If you like Undertale, if you like Stanley Parable, it is very much a metagame about stories and video games. Highly recommend it, both between what I've played and what Sean has told me about it. But it has the Kenji problem. It has the Kenji problem. The Kenji problem is when you play a VN and you make a decision that the game dictated was a bad decision that was not clear to the player, and thus punishes you for it in a very specific way that gives you a quote-unquote bad ending. Slay the Princess isn't that bad, but it does have a consequence that is unfortunate that I won't get into for spoiler reasons, but it is a consequence, and it is one that I think by design you're expected to choose 9 times out of 10, especially if you're people like me and Sean. So, and the unfortunate part is it will lock you out of content of the first playthrough of your game. But the Kenji moment for me is essentially any time that you make a decision that you think is natural, that you think is totally reasonable, that the game tells you you are wrong for choosing. And specifically in Kadoa Shoujo, there's a moment you're walking up the hill with like Lily, and you have one of your moments where your heart starts pounding because you have a heart condition. And, you know, you stop, and they're like, are you okay? And your character has 2 choices. You can either decide to talk about it or don't. Now, no, even as now, no. I was about to be like, maybe now I would be willing to choose that first option first. Be like, I should talk about it. No, that's a fairly private thing to these people who I don't really know. I, generally speaking, am the kind of person who is actually still reserved enough not to talk about myself if there's something going on with people I don't really know. Because they're people I don't really know. Because I don't know what those people... It's not even a matter of, like, I don't trust them. It's a matter of, I don't want to make these people uncomfortable or whatever. Like, that's it. It has nothing to do with that. It's not even like, oh, these people would judge me for it or whatever. Like, it's a... no, that's private information. It's personal information. Whatever. And I get what they're going for. What they're trying to make a point is like, oh, if you keep that information to yourself, that's not a good thing. You need to be able to, like, talk about yourself and talk out about yourself about problems that you're having. Yeah, sure, fair enough. But your reward for that, your punishment, is you get an ending right then and there where you don't get a date for your, for the school festival, and you end up setting it with Kenji, and you end up falling off the roof getting drunk. I just thought it was stupid. I thought it was bad. It was bad writing. Like, to me, that kind of thing is a totally reasonable response to have, and there should be a discussion about that. What you should have is consequences, maybe, if you want to discuss that as, like, a thing that, like, you know, like, you should think about that. That's like something like, yeah, we should be more willing to talk about the things that are wrong with us, especially if they're things that are problems for your body. And if anything, it should be something that builds up over time that should end up with you like having a fucking heart attack and being like, oh shit, maybe I need to let people know I have a heart condition, you know? Like, don't just have your character fall off the building after he fails to get a date with a cute girl. That's stupid. That's really bad. And that's the Kenji problem. It happens so often in VNs. I don't know why. It's so weird. Fate Stay Night has a few of those, I could imagine. But Fate Stay Night is its own mess. And Slay the Princess, unfortunately, has one that is good in concept that ends up having a consequence that's worse for it, which is unfortunate. Because the game, the best way to play Slay the Princess, Sean and I both agree, is not to restart your first playthrough. Play it all the way through. Live with your consequences. You should. But unfortunately, it can ruin your first bit of choices. Can. It's unfortunate. So. That could work better if it wasn't your last chance to get in route. Yeah, that too. Be it earlier or having it a last chance to meet someone there. Also that. Because also, like, all it is a binary choice to continue the story. It doesn't actually mean anything. It doesn't actually impart any information to the player. All it tells you is you made a bad choice. And you had to sit through roughly 30 to 45 minutes of bad writing to get an ending, to go back to that point and say, choose the other one, to be able to finally find out who you got to date anyways, because it's not even your choice at that point. You don't get to make any more choices at that point. The only choice you're making is, do I continue the fucking game? Do I continue the story? That's not a choice. It's not. That's not choosing. You didn't choose anything. So, and Slay the Princess is better about that overall. Because again, Sean is right. Thematically speaking, that moment is good. Because it's meant to be there for the players who are going to do what Sean and I did. Especially very quickly. And be like, oh, clearly this is going for something meta, right? Like, off the bat. Like, so try to deny. And that's part of the fun that I had with Slay the Princess, is seeing how much I could deny the game. And that gave me some fucking experience, man. But that is a portion of that experience, and they have to have that grounder to tell you. I think what they should have done instead is they still should have just made you go back. They should have given you the ultimate option to be able to go back, and it didn't just ruin that playthrough. I think it should have been like them being like, no, there is a point to this side too, but not just end it for them. For you. Like, just have you... Because actually Disco Elysium does something like that, where you can just kind of mill around in a miasma and circular logic, and then eventually be like, okay, I'm gonna make a decision that pushes things forward. But Disco Elysium at least gives you the space to, like, try and deny. Try and deny. So, it's tough. It's a tough thing, because at least in Slay the Princess, it makes sense. So, your usual strat for a VN is to keep going until you get an ending, and then, yes, me too. That's why I got Lily first, and I fucking hated Lily, because I was like, I wanted to get Rin first, but I didn't want to deny my experience of an honest playthrough. Always give yourself an honest playthrough of every game that you play. In my opinion, you should not go for metagaming until it's at least been your second playthrough. Play a game as naturally as you can. Treat yourself like an actor. You will have a better time. There are people who look up information before they beat in a game, and I'm like, unless the game is really designed that way, don't do that. And I've tried to get better about that. I feel like I was pretty bad about that growing up. I think, actually, I'm going to try removing one more frame and see what happens. I'm curious. I'm edging the animation. I'm edging the animation. I hate that. Yeah. I love how many of those frames I just was like, nope, axe it. And it just works. It just works. I think... That's close. I need to add one more frame here. Ain't that just the way? Ah, Sticky, please, get back. The Wizard of Sticky Keys has returned. Stop it. Use shift, damn it. That said, highly recommend Slay the Princess. It's quite good. It's quite good. It's just well written. It's just very well written, and the programming behind it is fascinating. I think it's very fascinating. So, put it on the list, Slime. If you haven't read Slay the Princess, it is worth it. It is good. It is quite good. I think it is fascinating, especially if you have an interest in how stories are constructed, and if you have an interest in game story structures. That is all that it is about. I won't get into it in depth, but the best thing to say about it is it is very much in the mindset of wanting to have that meta discussion about stories in video games and definitely doing its own thing. That said, Sean did nail it on the head. It is very similar to Stanley Parable. It is Stanley Parable for VNs, and it's good for it. It's good for it. I think it's better than the Stanley Parable in some ways because it actually does some things that it gives you some genuine conflict in that you aren't just trying to defy the narrator and just listen to the narrator. There's a little bit more nuance to it than that. There's actually a lot more nuance to it because there's an argument in that game that you shouldn't be doing what the narrator is saying. You really shouldn't. But also you should. That's the thing that makes it fascinating. That makes it a little bit more interesting than Stanley Parable, since Stanley Parable is great. Is a great comedy. It's a great comedy, and I love its comedy, and I love what it's about. I will say it is a little bit like, yeah, it does really want you to try to. It doesn't really actually interface as well with its discussion about player agency and choice. Like, right? Like, if you just do what the narrator says and you just get an ending and it's a happy ending. And if you don't do that, it ends up throwing everything out and it ends up overcomplicating things. But you get great jokes and it's a great time and it's fun for that. You create the Stanley Parable is so much more about creating an antagonistic relationship with you and the narrator. And that's where the entertainment comes from. So that's totally fair, even as a discussion. But I do think as a discussion point, the Slay of the Princess actually does have a discussion between, is it good to follow the narrator or isn't it? And both are maybe right and wrong. Are you correct for denying the narrator in some places? And are you not correct in denying the narrator at some places? It's not as binary. It actually has a little bit of a discussion there, and it's pretty good for it, actually. And it's wild. Like, I watched Sean play, and at first I thought I had the game figured out. And then it didn't. And then I didn't, because whilst largely his first playthrough was pretty much identical to mine in as far as how it started, it still was completely different. It was fundamentally different. So, Slay the Princess is quite good. I haven't played very much of it. I only played a little bit of it because David shared it with me. I was just hanging out with him, and he sat me down, and I played a playthrough of Slay the Princess with him, and it was good. And I was like, this is interesting. I could see me getting into this. I think Sean would like it too. And then Sean and I play. I watched Sean play the first segment, and then a little bit more, and then he binged it, and he was like, yeah, it's good. I was like, oh, okay. So definitely up my alley, definitely up his alley as people who have a deeper interest in writing. Like, we both really have a very similar taste and interest in writing as a medium, both for games and for writing in general. That said, I need to get back into reading books. I started Nostromo, and I was really liking it, but I got distracted, honestly. That's it. That's all. That's all my story is I like Nostromo, and I need to read it more. The end. The end. I just got distracted by some stuff. One thing I'm noticing with my style here is the good thing that I'm willing to do. The good thing that I'm willing to do is when I notice like something is too stiff, I start tweaking it. And I think that's something that's going to help me a lot if I ever want to get into 3D animation as well. 3D animation is all about tweaking things, just nudging, 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 almost frame by frame. So like nudges are really, really important. I'm noticing for animation, both for 2D and for 3D. Because again, I'd actually say my animation knowledge comes from tweening 2D and from object manipulation 3D. That is where a lot of my animation expertise comes from. Because, like, I never really animated 3D, but I did work with 3D models to make them proportionally correct enough that they would animate well. That's right, baby, I'm bringing up Spore again. Spore is how I got a start in 3D modeling, with the understanding of how to make something proportionally look good and animate well, even if it was procedurally animated. There's still a sense of that I got, that you have to like tweak and move things until it all moves together correctly, because clipping will happen, things won't animate correctly, stuff like that. There was like a portion of the Spore community that drove me crazy, where they'd make these super awesome models that looked great in their thumbnail, and then you would load them up and they would animate like absolute ass. Like, sure, that's your style, whatever. That can exist. That can exist in Spore. I'm not saying those people were bad for doing that. They made fantastic thumbnails based on the creature that they made. If their creature stood perfectly still, their creature looked great. That's not how I wanted to make my creatures. Because for me, they had to move. They're creatures. They're living things. They have to be able to ambulate and move, and that movement has to still look good along with their design. And that's a part of animation. It's certainly a part of 3D animation, which goes between the rigging and the modeling as much as it goes with the actual animating. So, thank you, Spore. I probably would not have an element of my animation skill be what it is if it weren't for it. The funny thing about Spore is a bad game with an incredible engine in it. Like, you could really tell that a lot of the work went into that creative engine. And then somebody was like, we gotta make a game out of this. And somebody went, we gotta make a game out of this? Like, it sucks so bad it feels like a lost opportunity, because Spore in a lot of ways creatively is like great. It's a great creative platform. I would not be surprised if I'm not the only one who learned a lot of like modeling, 3D modeling from Spore. I would not be surprised if I wasn't the only one. But as far as a game goes, it's not a very good game. It's not a very good game. Its end game is also really weird. I never really got far into the galactic part. It was always so odd. I never understood it. Really, the only part that was selected? I guess it was. Yeah, that's better. That's so much better. Oh, that's so much better. You really can feel the disdain. You really can feel the disdain. That's perfect. You also get that 1-2, right? Of like the movement. It's no longer, it's not a fluid motion. There's a little bit of acceleration there where you can feel like it's 1-2. Like you snap your arms in. But it's not robotic either way. It's not too fluid, and it's not too linear, and it's not too robotic. That looks really good. That looks really good. That looks really good. Oh god. I gotta figure out the next parts. So essentially what the goal here is, you know, she walked out. She's like, okay, fine, I'm here. Called me out here for this. You called me out here for this. Like that's the whole reason why she's disappointed is what she's being called out for, right? The next goal is the actual thing that she's going to do. I need to do emotion, in which she's like messing with something in her hands, and then I need to do emotion of the thing that she's doing, and then I need to have her walking away. So there's at least 3 more actions. So I'm about halfway done. Guys, this is how long animation takes, and this doesn't include coloring. This doesn't include cleanup. I feel like if I was gonna do anything right now, I should probably do cleanup. Like, I could do a lot of cleanup. I could do for a lot of cleanup, I think. Like, especially when I get about here. I think her neck, it's gross to me. Actually, there's just straight up, the hell? Line. Know what that line is. So one thing I need to fix. I have a lot of pop in here. What I need to do is I actually need to turn off. Yeah, I need to turn off that side, and I just need to see the last frame. And I need to get the proportions much more correct. About there. See where that is. Out there. Out there. To make this. And again, this was during a part of my process where I was still kind of like probably a little bit more sketchy than I needed to be. Like that is there. And this one, too low now. Like right there. Gotta go from there. I was just kind of putting a line there because I was like, I don't know, man. Just need a line. I just need a line, but I wasn't thinking about. I wasn't thinking about the consequences of my actions. Something like that. Like that. I just need to actually clean artifacts. I just actually need to be consistent on cleaning my artifacts. Which is something that I really struggle with sometimes. And sometimes I just gotta be willing. Pay attention. You just gotta be willing to pay attention to where you put certain things. Like in a lot of ways I had the right idea. I had the right idea to be like draw over the like thing standing still, but which is much easier. But I really kind of scuffed it. I needed to spend more time with that, I think. Which is a shame. It's a sham. I mean, this is the hard part. This is the hard part of this, right? It's figuring that part out. Also, already been 3 hours. I probably have about 1 more hour left in me. What time is it? 2. Yeah, I'm gonna go to about 3. Essentially, I just gotta fix these artifacts. I gotta fix where things jump for no reason. They change shape in a way that doesn't look right or consistent. To change it. Clean up those artifacts. What is this? Yeah, I put the neck in the wrong spot. And hey, look at me. Going back and fixing it, and it looks much better. Already looks 1,000 times better, I think. Too much of a jump there. Sometimes you just gotta be willing to go back and what you did. Hopefully this fixes it. It was bugging me too. I was just like, ugh. Weird. Feels like the base of the neck is like jumping around. It's not at all the intent. I also have these really thin lines, which is weird. See, like, that jumps too much. Unless she's moving. Still has to stay consistent. Yeah, that's a lot better. A lot cleaner, certainly. In fact, this needs to be more like down here-ish. Those freaking artifacts out of here. More like that. I just have to treat my lines like an object. Big part of it is it is an object. It's an object that you are having an addition to, and it will affect everything. It will affect things. Its motion matters. And this is a difficult motion. Having this kind of motion going laterally is difficult. Like this probably needs to be more like this. And it ripples out too. You're like, you make one change, well, you gotta make change somewhere else. There's a certain point where we're gonna be like, nope, 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 nope. I made the change. I made the change. Be happy with it. Like I said, I want to be better Like getting rid of those artifacts. Like trying to limit the artifacts where I can. Keeping line thicknesses a little bit more consistent. I do that. How did I do that? How did I not notice that? Sometimes you just don't even notice when you make a mistake like that. And like, who knows? I don't know why I'm this way. I just get affected by my day. I just get affected by my day. Like, it could have just been I was just having a day where the part I was doing well was that, but just, it's what I could do. And I mean, it was the start of this animation. Like, in a lot of ways, I have already inside of this own animation improved a lot of my stuff. So the best thing to do for me is to go back to the earlier parts where I didn't think about things that way. You know? That's how I make it better. That's how I improve my shit. I have to do stuff that works. Now, the thing that sucks here, I need to figure out how to get that proportionally better. It's not like that big thick line. That kind of sucks. Also, I've just made it a habit in my art style that I just like kind of going back over my lines and make them a little bit more defined. It helps a lot. Like, they don't have to be super thick, but they do. This is my contour line art coming in. This is my contour line interest coming back and being like, the lines could look better. The lines could look better. So what happens when you have a background in contour line art? The lines could be better. Yeah. What is that? What did I do? What is that? Like what? Like, this is what I'm trying to fix. That is what it is. But hey, sometimes that happens, and that's why you gotta go back. You either gotta fix it or you gotta delete your art. You just gotta try again. Try something different. Feature art. Feature art. God, I hate those artifacts. The best way to actually deal with an artifact is not erasing, but to add a little bit more medium to just kind of spruce it up a little. See, this is something I'm like kind of noticing just with my style that I like to do is when I go back and make the lines a little bit thicker, I can like fill in some of those gaps. Because I don't necessarily want gaps in certain places. And I can really clean that up. Here there's a gap. Like going back and kind of like outlining things is just something that really works for what I do. And people dislike the line art, but I'm like, this kind of stuff I really get a sense of satisfaction out of. I really, really like when I can go back and like be like, ooh, lines work now. Ooh, look good. anything, I really dislike when my lines are like super thin and don't like terminate in ways that make sense. And then I just leave them that way, and then I go back and I'm like, it could be so much better. Could be so much better. And I mean, like, kind of, and this has been pointed out to me, and I'm really glad that this is being made clear more and more, is I'm just getting more confident in placing those lines. And that's the other bit of advice I can give for art, is like, you just got to work on your confidence. And I don't mean that, again, like in a demeaning way. Like, building confidence in your art is hard. It's hard. It's really difficult. It's not easy to do. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of self work. It takes a lot of self work. You gotta really work on yourself for it. Exactly. And that's not to say that it'll ever go away. Absolutely not. What is it I said that very early on in my career? Do your best, doubt yourself constantly. I still fucking live by that. Are you kidding me? That didn't go away. That didn't go away. You think that went away? Absolutely not. That's absolutely still my opinion. Is I am very critical. I'm very critical of myself all the time. It doesn't go away, in my opinion. Being critical of oneself is perfectly normal as long as you don't let it keep you from doing anything. Like, it's totally okay to be like, I could have done that better. I'm looking at this, I'm like, I could have done this better. I could have done a lot of parts of this better, and I'm fixing it now. You can't improve something if you're not willing to be critical enough on your own faculties to be like, it didn't work. I should do that again. I should do it better. You gotta be willing to look at your own stuff and genuinely still see like, oh yeah, that's not. You can't just be like, oh, that's bad. Obviously, like, that's not going to be productive either. You have to be willing to at least be like, I should do this different. I should do this better. I can do it better. This is how. You gotta work on that process too. You gotta be willing to take a step back and like look at something and be like, ooh. Because this was bugging me too. Like, I really didn't like how parts of this were just not fluid. They just weren't. And this is a hard motion. Moving left to right is really difficult. You'd be surprised because it's really easy to lose your proportionings. Like, it's really easy to lose your proportions, I think. Like, it's just way too easy to like get in the weeds on certain things and be like, oh shit, you know, it's in a completely different spot. You know, that's not easy. That's really difficult. Like, clearly I still needed to figure that out. I still needed to process that a little bit. Like, moving left to right is a really, really difficult thing to do. Like, look at that! Oh, that's bad. Oh, that looks bad. Was here. Here. Wait a second. Was here? Was here? See? You have to learn how to teach yourself. You have to learn how to look at when you do something like that and then make that connection. That's what I want to show this kind of stuff to be, is like, that's what makes the difference. Right there. You see that? You see what I did there? I saw that, okay, this was here. I keep on running into this problem. How do I track that? I kept my thing there to know where it was last, to see how the change worked and what needed to be adjusted. Still needs some adjustment, but that tells me what needs to be changed. Because this is a tough one. This is a toughie. And the biggest thing is that I can't get lazy. I can't get lazy with how I do my line art either. Like, I'll just end up with a bunch of artifacts if I do that. I have to still treat it the same way I do everything else. I just have to erase it and tweak it. That's it. That's all you got to do. Like, that already looks so much better. It was bugging me a lot, too. I had a feeling I was going to be doing some cleanup today. I didn't think it would be this much, though. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Remember, when you make a mistake, when you can't know that you're doing something wrong until you put that together too. Like, don't ever be like, oh, I can't believe I did it that way. Like, absolutely, I could believe I did it this way. I was still, look at how I still have like overlapping and underlapping lines. Like, I was just getting it on paper. Sometimes you have to get on paper first to see what mistakes you will make to fix them. You have to make your mistakes to fix them and prevent them in the future. Look at me being like a real. I'm glad. Look at me being like a real guy who could say something and mean it and be like, yeah, that's good advice. Yeah, that looks much, much better. Like, I was just trying to get something down to know what to start with. Didn't know if I was doing it right or wrong. And it's already like a really difficult, it was a really, really difficult animation. So I had the right idea. I just wasn't being careful enough with it, honestly. Oh, that's like barely any motion. Yeah, that shouldn't have jumped like that. And sometimes this helps. I'm learning is like not having the onion skin. Know when to use your onion skin. Like not having the onion skin is helping me a lot more here. So like this is that if I was to have a board, if I was to have hey Silas, if I was to have a how dare you, you son of a gun. Always the contrarian. Why can't you just listen? Yeah, I have a sense of humor. Literally talking about how my brain works on contrarianism. Anyways, uh, uh, like this, if this was a physical medium, because this is digital, I'd have my, freaking board. I'd be doing my flipping back and forth, and I'd be drawing and then drawing and flapping up and down and up and down and up and down to like really see like where does the motion go. And I'm noticing if you have a lot of lateral motion, you're having motion where your object is moving out of place from their starting position. You need to see how things move because your proportioning is really hard to preserve when it is moving its location. When the location is moving drastically. And drastically can just be a few like less than an inch. That's a lot of distance if the entirety of your object is moving in a straight line across, and it has a lot of different details. Like it is hard to keep it the exact same shape every single time. It's hard. So you had to be going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth to actually see where it's changing to be able to go back and be like, nope, it needs to be a little bit this way. It needs to be doing a little bit that way. That's why animation works best with lines and mats. And the few times I've seen genuine graphically shaded animation, I go, oh my god, who let you do that? Who did that? Oh, that's gotta be so bad. Oh, that's gotta be a nightmare. The fucking anime. And I'm talking about there's an animation in Pat Labor There's an animation in Patlabor 1 where they have a realistically shaded tomato. And I'm just like, who had to do the realistically shaded tomato? That person probably wanted to die. The people who worked on the realistically shaded tomato hated probably working on the realistic shaded tomato because I cannot fathom doing realistic shading and animation at the same time. Just, oh, that would break my brain. Oh, that would break my brain so badly because you have to fix it. How would you fix it? You can't. You can't fix that. Part of me is like, let's take a break, and I want to show you the tomato from Patlabor. If I can find an we're gonna. A lot of this is always going to be discussions of animation because I do a lot of study. Like at this point, if I watch an anime, if I watch a piece of animation, it is have to enjoy the media and have to study the animation. And Patlabor 1 has so many good examples of animation in it that I'm like directly pulling on now, like directly. As well as some examples of, why'd you do that, guys? You didn't need to do that. That looked fucking abysmal to have to work on. It looks great and looks awful to if somebody sat me down and had me draw that tomato, I would cry. I would fucking cry. Let me see. Come on. I don't think I'll be able to find it. Fuck. Because again, like, if you look at a lot of anime, if you look at a lot of Western cartoons, if you look at how they actually, if they're colored, there is not that much gradient. There is not that much gradient. It is all just cells. It's all just cells. It's mattes. You have solid colors, and the shading is always done in like just one matte. You usually don't even have more than one matte of shading. Except Patlabor has a tomato. Here, Patlabor tomato. I'm just gonna see if I can find it. Show me a picture of one of these tomatoes from the movie, because it looks out of place. It's so bizarre, the shading on it. Like, it genuinely am just like, and it moves, and I'm like, why did you do that? Why did you make the tomato like that? Let me see. The closest I can get is maybe this tomato? Like, this is a background. This is a background, except the tomatoes never not look like this, even when they're moving. Hold on. We're gonna do this. This will be easier. Like, here. I should have waited. God damn it. 1 second. I'll do one more thing. Copy image link. Open. There we go. F11. Like, this is what the tomatoes look like. Except when they animate them, they still look like that. They still look... if this is a still background, you can make that as detailed as you want. There's no motion there. It's gonna move. It can look as good as it wants. Who gives a fuck? Except you see these matte animated anime characters holding one of these tomatoes, and the tomato moves. And it looks like that. Why'd they do that? I cannot imagine what it is like to animate that tomato. It looks like a fucking nightmare. Oh my god. I can't fucking imagine what it was like to make a tomato look like that. Move! Oh god. Absolutely. Hurts me. Hurts me as somebody who's doing animation. What that would have taken. I mean, that's true. You're right, Silos. I mean, it's taking me... This is the year project. This is gonna take me half the year to do. So you better be saving them points, bud. Doing this for you. You're making me do good work. I want you to remember that. I want you to remember that. You're making me do good work. Bastard. be able to redeem it twice at this rate. No, actually not. We will get it done well before you get another million. I appreciate you. This is all out of love. The words I use is because I appreciate you. You're making me do good work. This is what I've needed, is people who will make me do good work and not just tell me to not do work. Sorry, I don't have a chip on my shoulder. I don't. Promise. Be a little bit more. So this was spit all over my screen again. Oh yeah, that's too much motion. Or there. There. But Patlabor 1 has now some of my favorite. Yeah, that's 1984. 84 89? I thought it was 84. But it was pre-90s. And then Patlabor, fun fact, we watched Patlabor 2 for my birthday because Patlabor 2 came out on my birth year. And I'm so glad we did, because now Patlabor 2, from a writing perspective, is one of my favorite works of his. It's so good. It's so, so good. To go back to my opinion as a pacifist, Patlabor 2 is my opinion on war. Actually, it reinforced my opinion on war and my opinion on conflict in a way more insightful way than even I expected it to. Patlabor 1 is just a fun movie. Patlabor 1 is just really good. I highly recommend Patlabor 1 as a fun, kind of interesting movie that kind of has the bones of his more kind of like interest in environmental storytelling and more serious topics, but is still overall just kind of a fun movie. And Patlabor 2 as a really contemplative, really good look on the socio-political implications of how war being normalized is not a good thing. It's not. It's not a good thing. Patlabor 2 is fantastic. It lives in my head rent-free right now for very good reasons. And I love that movie so much as much as that artist can, as much as that director can make incredibly graphic, good for it, but incredibly graphic scenes of violence. Patlabor 2 is a movie about anti-violence that portrays violence in such a very fascinating way, and maybe has the most intense and mature topics without more than one drop of blood. One drop of blood. I mean, I should just make an anime list for myself at this point and have it be rated into the ground, because anime is trash. But for people who would want to see it, who like this stuff, probably would enjoy my opinions, mine and my friends' opinions on the shows that we watch. We just got high standards, you know us at this point. And at this point, if you don't like that, then you aren't gonna like us anyways, because we just really like things that make us think. We like things that make us think. Brain rot. Listen, I have my fair share of brain rot. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm here to contribute to the brain rot in my own ways. Don't you have a problem with that. I'm just still also going to throw in a little bit of that brain juice in between the brain rot every now and then, because boy, am I still always feeling it. It's never going to go away. But yeah, Patlabor 2 essentially is a movie that discusses the implications of violence without showing that much violence. Ultimately, there is not even that much graphic violence. The most graphic scene happens at the beginning of the film, and it is as graphic as it needs to be. It doesn't actually show anyone dying graphically. But it does feature death. There is death in that first scene, and it's very important how they feature that death. And then through the entirety of the rest of the film, without spoiling anything, as far as you can tell, there is not a single violent death for the rest of the movie. And that is important. And I wholly respect Pat Labor-Too for that. So much. So much from a writing perspective. That the only death that happens in it is at the very beginning of the movie, and there is an important reason for that. And the movie is still scary. The movie is scary, intense, and like genuinely contemplative on the topic of war in such a way that is so good. That is a discussion that needs to be had in the modern day. Because it was important back then and is important still now. It's so good. Highly recommend Pat Labor-Too. It is now rocketed to the top of my list of anti-war media. Hands down. And then we watched Skycrawlers, and it's also pretty good too. I do think I like Pat Labor more now. I like Pat Labor-Too more, but I do like what Skycrawlers does. And if anything, I just at this point really like Skycrawlers because Skycrawlers is it is no secret here. I love Ace Combat. I love Ace Combat, but I love the writing in a lot of the older Ace Combats, and I'm very vocal about that. However, I have made a realization having watched Pat Labor 1 and 2. The writers for Ace Combat have a hard-on for that director. And Ace Combat 5 wants so desperately to be Pat Labor-Too. And I love it for it, and it's good, and it does its own things. It wants to be Pat Labor-Too so bad. Like, it's not a secret. Once you see the two, you're like, oh, that's why that's the way it is. They are not they do not hide their inspiration very well. They wear their inspiration on their sleeve. And you know what? Fair enough. And the reason why I bring up Skycrawlers is Skycrawlers is also a game and a movie that was directed by Team Aces, the creators of Ace Combat. Or it was produced by them and directed by the guy who did Pat Labor and Ghost in the Shell and all that. And to me, that's just adorable. It's like it's like one of those moments where you get to like see your hero and work with them. I can respect that. And Skycrawlers is still good. It's still really good. But you could really feel that they were just like, oh, we get to work with him. He's the guy. He's our favorite guy. It's really funny. And it's still pretty good. It's still really, really good. It's a really good piece of science fiction, is what it is. I like what Skycrawlers does as a piece of science fiction for anti-war sentiment. I think Pat Labor-Too is still better, because Pat Labor-Too is probably the apex of all that, but nah, it's still good. Yeah, that's much cleaner. I will say that next zone is going to be my fucking bane. It's difficult, man. It's so goddamn hard. That said, it's getting there. It's getting there. I just have so much cleanup in that first part. That first part, I think it was a combination of just, I still didn't quite know exactly what I was doing. I was just kind of throwing things out there. So I unfortunately made a lot of work for myself. That sometimes happens too. Sometimes you just gotta start getting as I said before, you gotta get something on the page sometimes. And what matters is I go back and fix it. And even then, it's improving. It's getting better. I can see that. Boy, okay, yeah, the arm folding came out really good. The arm folding came out really good, guys. That looks really good. Okay, it's almost 4. No, I got 30 more minutes. We're just gonna focus on cleanup. We're gonna focus on cleanup, because it's just something I gotta do. I'm not gonna put off the next part. I'm not 40 kind of like, boy, how am I gonna do that? I need a TA. I need a TA to clean up my frickin' my tweens. Why? I need to hire a TA to fix this my neck problem here. It definitely looks better. I definitely fixed it. Like it looks much better. And I also I could tell that like the later parts of this just are much more consistent. Or much more consistent. Actually, yeah, the arm folding animation came out really good. I might add one more frame, but I honestly don't even know where. I don't think I need to. Like maybe one at the very end. Maybe one more at the very end. But yeah, that looks really good. Essentially, in here, I also want to add a blink. I think that'll be easy enough. I want to add a blink in the head turn, probably, too. That's something I want to do. I want to add a blink there. Be a pain, but eh. Because right now she doesn't blink. I should add a blink when she's walking, a blink when somewhere in here. Probably. That eye arch working still? Not really. I would have to go back through and fix that. That would be something worth. That would be something worth. Like, again, I think that is where my anime list would be helpful, is to, like, get some insight on the kind of. Because, like, that would be something that. I think that would be, like, a joint effort that I'd have to make between my friends. Like, it wouldn't just be mine. It would be, like, our group, like, these are the shows that we recommend, and here's each of our kind of, like, opinions on it. Like, it should be everyone's, not just mine. Because, like, my kind of media taste and insight is still different from my friends. It still is, and it would influence that. So like it would have to be a collective thing that we'd all be like, this is why we would think like this one's important, this one's important, this one's important. And largely that would probably be like the first few would be something like definitely Evangelion, definitely Cowboy Bebop. I think Pat Labor 2 would make that list. Like Sean and I won't stop randomly discussing it because I bring it up. But like no, like I think we both were like, wow, that was really good. Um and we should have that for like our media in general, honestly. Like there's a lot of different things that we have opinions like that on, right? Like I don't think anime is the only one. I think we feel that way for TV shows and for movies and all sorts of different things. So, isn't the only thing. There. That. These lines to get rid of those artifacts. These artifacts. Like filling the dots. It's like connecting the dots when you have those artifacts. You just draw a line over it. They mostly disappear. This is why I'm a crazy person who I like hands, I like contour line. People hate lining, and I'm just like, it's so satisfying for me. It's just like connecting the dots is what lining is for me. It's very satisfying, especially when it works. Yeah, like that. I'm literally just doing connect the dots now with stuff like that. That's good. It's going to help me a lot, I think, with a lot more of my like movement and proportioning when things like move laterally like that. It'll keep things from bouncing around like this. It's something that I have a bit of a problem with. Funny, that line is right. See, now that this is largely the same, I should be able to turn on my onion skin. Just draw based on that now. That's something I need to do better. I was just moving things for no reason, it seems. I was not taking care to make sure that things stayed in the right spot when they weren't. Hey, I had to do that. I had to do that to a certain extent. Better not to do. You do have to do something wrong sometimes before you can do it right. I don't know why I dropped those lines down. Why? Doesn't make no sense to me. Gotta fix it. So much better. That feels so much better. I think I was getting lines confused too, is what didn't help. Go hug your plants. Go hug your plants. Whatever plant care time means. Go hug your plants. Go hug your tomatoes. Otherwise, I have no idea what you mean by plant care time. Artifact, artifact, get rid of the artifacts. There we go. That's much cleaner. Oh, that looks so much better. Still a little bit of wibbliness, but sometimes I'm just like, where do these artifacts come from? I swear. They come out of nowhere. There we go. Much better. What's funny is I like that. Like, that's good. It goes forward, right? This needs whip. Needs to have the whip. Something more like that. Something more like that. I'm gonna erase some of this, and we're gonna redraw those lines. Be a little bit more careful. It does suck that I'm like, well, I did kind of a bad job. I have to redraw a lot of this, but that's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta do it again. Kind of neck dimples, I like. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. Notice things. Sometimes you notice, you're like, why did I do? What was I thinking? Eh, no. Sometimes you're not thinking. Sometimes when you make a mistake, you're not thinking about how you're making a mistake. You're just thinking about doing it. But you gotta just focus. But you just gotta focus on fixing it. Oh, that's so much better. I think that's gonna look a lot better, actually. Yeah, that rocks. Hmm. Yeah, that looks much better. You just gotta fix when you make a mistake. Who cares if you make a mistake? What matters is did you fix it? That's what I've learned. Get rid of all these messy lines. Line there. Line there. Fix your mistakes. Fix your mistakes. They don't stay mistakes. Much better. Always, the goal is to try to get to a point where you're not doing stuff like this, but this is a learning opportunity. Now I know next time. Now I know what I've been doing better, and now I know what I need to avoid in the future. Much better. Boy, the mistakes just keep going. I was always wondering. I had a feeling like I had done kind of like a messy job of this part. And this is gonna look oh so much better. Oh yeah. This is already kind of a difficult area, so it might just behoove me to make it like a bunch of thicker lines. Yeah, maybe. That'll be interesting that I can do that. I don't even know how I did that. That might make coloring easier. We'll see. Oh, that's good. See, what's funny is I had the right idea on the motion, but I did it too soon. Oh, that looks really good now. Yeah, that looks so much better. Cleaning, cleaning. Yeah, that's much more solid. Still think I need to do some adjustments. There's a little bit of messiness, but it's definitely I love that hair flick now. It looks so good. Sometimes just even coming back to something with fresh eyes can make a big difference. Don't worry, guys. She's not judging you. She's judging Silos. She's here to judge Silos and no one else. I'm curious. Sorry. Mm, yeah, after. And it feels like I'm excited. I've got some new settings. Like I said, James helped me out, so I think Monday is going to be interesting. We're going to do Monster Hunter more, and I think it'll be overall a much cleaner experience. I think we're improving the quality of the stream, and we do an animation, baby. Can't refute that. Animation has been done. I'm an animator now, guys. How did that happen? You're always the things that you do. Don't let anybody make you feel otherwise. Somebody who was and is a paleontologist, he was and is an animator. You are what you do. Now, if you're good at it or not is what you need to do next, but you are what you do. Always be willing to be what you are and then improve it. Just to keep those in mind. You still gotta, you wanna be the thing you are. Also, you gotta work. You gotta show that you're doing the work. But otherwise, you are a thing that you do if you work it. Doesn't matter. Nobody needs to give you that title as long as you give it to yourself and earn it. I'm an animator now. When did that happen? Happened here, now, like this. Look at me. Never would have expected it, honestly. Hey, I'm just glad that guys, we'll do this. If I do change Fridays, I might change Fridays. We'll see. Fridays might be my optional day if I have the energy for it. Because originally I was doing Fridays that. But actually, I would like more time. I'd like more time for animation. I need more time for animation anyways. Go fucking figure. So if we could do 4-hour animation streams, that'd be perfect. We might start doing these Saturdays. This might be Saturdays now. Fridays might be Gartic Phone, because I kind of want Gartic Phone to be shorter anyways. Reasons. We won't get into it. They can't be long. The Gartic Phone streams can't be long. We won't get into that. And we will get back into them. I promise you. I promise you. I saw good things with Gartic Phone. I will be doing the more of the Gartic Phone. I'm not saying I'm out of it. Been feel weird right now. Things have been shuffling around. So I do want to get back to Gartic Phone. That'll probably be hopefully next week if my brain can survive by the end of it. There's a couple things that happened this week that made me go, I gotta change some stuff. That's it. Change some stuff. And this week was weird because I plugged in a new GPU and I was doing a bunch of testing and making sure everything worked. So I think next week will be more standard. Elden Ring is off the docket, unfortunately. Monday, probably Monster Hunter. Tuesday, trying to think. Tuesday will either be more Monster Hunter. We'll probably do Monday, Tuesday, Monster Hunter. And then Wednesday, normally. Wednesday might be changing. We'll see. Wednesday might be changing. But I will try to still squeeze the drawing stream, at least on Wednesdays. And Wednesdays... This is my thing. Like, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, something's going to change. I'll probably try to squeeze Valheim back in, honestly. I'll probably try to squeeze Valheim in, because right now, Elden Ring is not an option. Which is probably for the best, trust me. Elden Ring needs to go into timeout for a little bit anyways while I process what I want to do with it next. We will finish Elden Ring someday, but right now I need a break from it anyways. And then Thursday is going to be probably a bit of Helldivers, a bit of Monster Hunter, a bit of Hunt. Get back into Hunt. Hunt's going to have some updates soon, which I'm really excited for. And then Friday's probably going to be Gartic Phone, probably. And Saturdays, unfortunately not tonight, I have something going up. My weekends are a little bit more flexible with what I do when I do, but normally Saturday will probably be now. Animation stream, sit down, do animation, and then do a stream later with Jackson and Sean. Oh yeah, Tuesday's also gonna be Sean. And then Sunday will be a flex day if I ever do anything, but normally Sunday will be nothing. Sunday's my day that I do nothing at all, except chores. That's the goal. That's the goal. Sunday's my ultimate day of nothing happened, please. By the way, this was fun. This was fun. I feel like I made some good progress. I feel like this is going very well. I'm very happy with how I was able to process the arm folding. The arm folding took a lot of work, but I did get there, and I think I found a good medium between, again, like, the walk animation was the hardest part. Her walking onto screen was one of the hardest parts of this animation. I clearly had to go back and clean some stuff because it was really, really difficult. It was really difficult to pull off. And then that head turn was like grease butter. That was like ideal. I could start to finish getting animation done and done. That's the ideal. And then the arm folding was the in-between. That was a little bit more intensive, a little bit more work, but I got it done through, and I didn't have to fix anything. I don't see me fixing anything with that arm cross. That arm cross came out perfectly, but I did have to do some tweaking. I did have to do some shuffling back and forth to figure out how to get that motion to work. That right there, the idea, that is what I want for my normal workload, and for the bell curve to be the arm folding process is what I do 60% of the time. And then the best ideal and the worst ideal are the bell curve. What happened with the walk animation is the low end of, I want to prevent that, having to go back and do a lot of redrawing. And the high end is, I did it all at once. one go, one and done. So, and it kind of shows. Look at the length of each one. Kind of makes sense, which is why hopefully I can, for longer sequences like that with the walk animation, hopefully I can get it more to the middle, because the one that just worked and worked was 6 frames. The one that was really difficult was so many frames, and the one that was kind of in between was in between number of frames. Makes sense. Makes sense. So, well, we'll see. I'll keep toiling away at this. I mean, it'll give me lots to do. And there's still more frames I could add in there. Like, I definitely want 1 frame of blinking somewhere in the walk. I want probably a blink around there. So, like, I still have plenty of work to do. This is going to take me a while. Long project. This project is going to be several months. I would not be surprised if summer comes and goes before this finishes. Even the full thing. Like, arguably, I think it'll go quickly once I get to the coloring phase, because arguably speaking, I will have to make a decision. I will have to look at what I did, and I will have to go, I'm not touching it anymore. We're coloring. And we're doing nothing but coloring. Once I get to coloring, the line art is done. The animation is done. All that I have to do is color. That's the goal. That's the process. That's the plan. I draw the motion in lines, and we just render. We just render it. That's it. That's what I'm hoping happen. And I hope that I can export it as a without the background, without the white background, as an alpha. That's what I'm also hoping is what I can do is I can export it as an alpha. But there it is, folks. That's what it takes to animate 2 seconds. Actually, this is a lot more than 2 seconds now. This is a 24 frame animation, and it's 134 frames. We've done 134 frames of animation at 24 frames a second. That means I have ultimately made a whopping total. Let me see. Let me do the math. I think I'm hitting 5 seconds. I think I'm almost to 5 whole seconds of drawn animation. That's so many seconds. Let's see. I didn't mean for it to pop up there, but I will for the bit. We're at 133 divided by 24. 5.5 seconds. In 7 weeks. Be fair. Actually, I should take it into account of how much time. So, it's 5.5 seconds in about, if we're going to say every stream is at least 3 hours, roughly, and this is going to be longer now, but 3 hours, it's been 6, 7 streams of animation, because I started off this year just this animation, I believe. Let me check. YouTube, I need to see where am I? What is this, day 8? I think this is day 8. I'm at the wrong. We're doing the math. Okay, this is day 5. This is day 5. We have 3 hours, 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours. So yeah, roughly 3 hours. We're gonna say give or take 3 hours. A little under 3 hours actually. So about 2 and 3/4 hours. And then this is a 4-hour stream. So 3-ish hours between it. Like, this is 5. That's 15 hours of work. 5.5 seconds. But also I'm talking, I have pauses where I just kind of yammer. Like, I think that's actually not bad, because this is totaling to be probably a 20-second animation. And that doesn't include the parts where there are genuine gaps. Like there's parts where it holds still on its own, which I'm actually figuring out finally. That's an important thing that I can get in those parts where it can just be a still frame, where it can just be a still frame. And we've done 130 total frames. If you're just saying it frame by frame, we're disregarding drawing on twos. 133 frames. 133 frame length animation. 15 hours. By yourself. That's not bad, I think. I think that's pretty good for having absolutely no background in animation. I think that's pretty good. I should still admit, not absolutely no, but like having a near zero level. Like just saying like hand-drawn animation has been spotty and self-taught. This is the first time doing consistent animation on that. I think that's pretty good. And it's getting there, and I'm getting a process. It's getting there better and better every time I'm able to approach it again. Sometimes that's what it takes. You know? Just have to start slow and accelerate. You gotta accelerate. And acceleration demands, much like an animation, acceleration demands slow into fast. Always can, always will. Even today, I had to accelerate to the work I was getting to. You never start at 100%. You always start at 0. You work to 100. Even in a single sitting. No one starts at 100%. There's actually a detail in the ear that I really like that I don't understand how I did it because it's magic. That I did it on accident is if you watch the ear line, like it comes and goes. That's actually a nice detail. I think I'll leave it that way. That's a texture that I'm talking about that I really like to add. Is the texture of it doesn't feel out of place. It's just kind of there. And it doesn't need to stay. It just has to be there enough to be like, oh, there's like a little bit of abrasion. You know. It's like when one thing moves, everything moves. Nothing stays things stay still when nothing moves. As soon as you have one point of movement, everything moves. That is my philosophy. If you're doing natural, if you're doing very natural animation, if you're animating a living thing, if one thing moves, everything moves. Somehow everything moves. All right, I'm done. I'm going to call it here. I've got to do some other things, and then I've got to go. We're going to go drink some mead. I'll let you guys know how the mead comes out. I'm excited. It sounds really good, actually. Okay, so we're going to start closing down the stream. Stick around. First off, before the end of every stream, we're going to do one more thing. You guys can help participate in it if you want. I open up Bing Create, which is an image generator. And we're going to make an image before we raid out. And if you guys want to participate, all you got to do is type in chat. Whatever chat says, I'll use as a reference for it. And then I'll share the image before we raid out. So to get us started, finding the perfect medium of work. I'll give you guys like 30 seconds to add to that if you'd like. It could be anything, could be non sequitur, could be topical, doesn't matter to me. Part of the fun. Listen, we're here to just mess with AI. I will avoid. I think the only application of AI is in AI advancement of video games, but then again, the more I think about that, I'm like, ugh, that could be its own existential crisis. I don't want to give a robot in a video game an existential nightmare of the fact that it is a target. It is essentially target practice. That's a little upsetting. I don't like to think about that. I'm going to, but I don't like it. Finding the perfect medium of work for your animation. Fixing what's broken. Getting it right on the first go. And mostly tweaking it all through the middle. She still judges you, though. We'll just let that cook. We'll just let that cook. All right. So stick around to the very end. I also do a bit of a closing bit, and we do raid after every stream, so that way the Daywalkers in our chat can keep watching. Just everybody else out there, make sure to go lock your doors and windows, because it is almost lunchtime for Daywalkers. Or no, it's actually almost dinner time for Daywalkers. It's no longer lunchtime for Daywalkers. Yeah, I've not had this stream in such a long time that I forgot what I say here. Go unlock your doors and windows, because it's no longer lunchtime for Daywalkers. And thank you for joining, everybody. Hope you had a good time and you enjoyed the show. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by and chatting and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to go back and rewatching the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following or clicking any of the links. There's a link to an Instagram, a Facebook, a Twitter, and a Discord. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to, and just generally come hang out with the rest of the community there. Good time on the Discord. Speaking of which, a shout out to our community there and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience, and we appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure to also hashtag it with MCCanary, or link it back to the stream so people could find more of the good stuff we do here. And if you want to see the stream grow, you gotta let people know. I appreciate that people have been talking about the stream, and I encourage you guys to do it more. It does help us out, and it's just super rad that you guys are willing to do that and that we're doing things that you guys want to talk about. So go tell your friends about the stream. Go tell people about the stream. I won't. And a huge thank you to Moat Shrimp and all of our supporters on Patreon and Twitch. Your generosity allows us to continue to expand the stream as well as take on more projects. And the stream would not be made possible without viewers like you. We thank you. If you want to see your name added to this list, as well as a couple other benefits you could get, you could always subscribe directly on Twitch or check out the Patreon page here. It'll show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you. Well, thank you to Amounts. You do a wonderful job pulling back the robot. I'm independent and becoming famous. Well, thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. I'm glad you guys enjoyed watching me animate. It means a lot to me. I'm keeping up with it, I think, so it's always appreciated. I'll get you through housekeeping and get you on your way. Check out the rest of our friends in Goblin Entertainment. That link tree has links to everyone's channels and everything that they've done and they've been up to, and the rest of my stuff here that has everything that I post to. You should go check everybody out. Goblin Entertainment. And stick around. We'll go say hi to Hepper. Go say hi to Hepper. We'll go say hi to Hepper. She's just chilling. She's just yapping. So stick around for that. Otherwise, have a good afternoon. Take it easy. And remember, you gotta start somewhere. Everybody gotta start somewhere. As long as you try. That's what matters. That's what matters. This one's interesting. I like this one because it really captures both the character that I was making and how I was talking today, I think. They just know it's me. Bing and I have a working relationship now, I think. I think Bing just knows it's me now. I don't like this one. What's he doing?